Everyone back after a nice pleasant summer. If we could stand for a Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. Just a few announcements. First of all, I'd like to welcome a number of new members, and I'm sure we're going to have a quorum today. Dr. Shea, if you could read. Dr. Shea.
Hi, thanks for having me here. I'm from the Finger Lakes region. Happy to be part of the team.
Thanks, Dr. Shea. Dr. Seth.
Hi, Big Lake SEMSCO.
Dr. Hallinan.
Hi, Southern Tier.
And Dr. Dorsett, who will become an official member tomorrow. She's here someplace. And I'd really like to thank Dr. Cushman. We will miss him. This is his last meeting. He's been a rock for us, taking care of collaborative protocols, always has good information for the committee, steering the committee. Dr. Cushman, thank you so much, and we're going to miss you.
So I shouldn't stand in striking distance, but I'm going to anyways. Because as you're
Anybody looking for a new program agency administrator?
There's a lot of them in the room upstairs that would love to work for you, because it is absolutely the highlight of my career so far. But this is from the members of the SEMSCO here, and we would like to thank you for all of your service. Dr. Cushman has been serving since 2009 with this group. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you again, Jeremy. And we all have your number, and if anybody wants it, I'll give it out so you can give them a call. All right, if we
I
can.
saw it on the bathroom wall.
If we can have attendance.
Dr. Bart. Dr. Berkowitz. Dr. Berry. Dr. Bombard.
Here.
Dr. Coates. Dr. Cooper.
Here.
Dr. Cushman.
Here, and thank you again.
Dr. Daly. Dr. Doynow.
Here.
Dr. Gomez. Dr. Isaacs.
Here.
Dr. Kugler. Dr. Markowitz. Dr. Murphy.
Here.
Dr. Olson. Dr. Raybridge.
Here.
Dr. Seth.
Here.
Dr. Shee.
Here.
Dr. Walters.
Here.
Dr. Hallinan.
Here.
And Dr. Winslow.
Here.
Do I do non-voting? Do I do non-voting? Do we have to? Okay. Oren Barzilay. Aidan O'Connor. Mark Philippi. Marianne Portoro. Mike McAvoy.
Here.
Steve Kroll.
Present. Good morning.
And John Washko.
Present.
We have quorum.
Excellent, thank you. Can we have approval of the May minutes? Dr. Kugler, anybody second? Dr. Bombard, anybody against? Okay, those, they have been approved. Brian, are you ready for your? What's that? Sure, no problem at all. Why don't we go to Don Hudson for education?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Well, good morning still, everyone. So training and education met. We had one virtual meeting during the summer break, if you will. We'll be meeting more often now that we're back in the swing of things. We do have one forwarded motion coming forth related to, well, just remind me, we do that here, we do that at SEMSCO.
I believe that's SEMSCO.
SEMSCO, okay, just forgive my, I just ate something, so my blood is elsewhere. We continuing open dialogue on conversations and open items from our previous agendas. There's some policy statements, which I'm sure the director will mention, related to paramedic original practical skills exam that are released, and some other guidance that should be coming out shortly. Other than that, happy to help. Hope I'm helping. Happy to answer questions and continue the work forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, Dr. Raybridge, Med Standards.
All right, thank you. Med Standards met this morning. We had a lively discussion on a number of items. Under old business, we had a report on our clinical data integrity tag that's been established, and Dr. Dorsett is chairing that. So I'd like to ask her to give just a brief update on what that tag is working on.
The first purpose of it, the committee or the TAG meeting, was to define what the focus was. We decided that the focus was really on data quality, which is the intent of data integrity. And data quality incorporates not just the quality of the documentation or where it goes, but data accessibility as well. We decided that the purpose is to make recommendations on how do we improve data quality really for all the stakeholders in EMS data, not just those of us who work in pre-hospital care, because there's lots of others who are using our data to improve care for patients, which is the big picture. We came up with a series of sort of 5 pillars about the purposes of how data is used that we're going to use as a basis of collecting survey to define a survey to define the problem. So the 5 pillars are patient care, quality improvement, research, public health, and reimbursement. And we've identified stakeholder groups in those 5 pillars. And we're in the process of developing a survey that looks at sort of the 5 dimensions of data quality, because there's other areas that have already studied what are the contributors to data quality, which is completeness, accuracy, consistency, timeliness, and accessibility. So that's what we're working on now, because I think we got to define the problem before we come up with solutions to fix it.
Thank you. So they will continue to work, and you may be seeing those surveys in the near future. So there was also a discussion about starting a blood integration working group, collaborative. I believe it is now law. I believe it was just signed a little while ago, the blood legislation. So as those regulations are implemented, there's a lot of issues around best practices regarding implementation and avoiding waste and all those. So Dr. Isaacs and Dr. Daly have been working on starting this group. And so if you have an interest in blood implementation and working with them, I believe you could reach out to either of them, and they'll be meeting in the near future to work through and share best practices for the regions. There was a seconded motion that came forward regarding the Ranger austere guidelines protocols that was sent by Med Standards to SEMAC as a seconded motion to approve those. So I don't know if you want to have discussion on that.
Yes, we can have discussion. Did you want to put them up?
Yeah.
It's coming up.
So this, just to remind everyone, this is a protocol that does not apply to everyone. It's a specific group of people as stated in the protocols. The scope is for basically, yeah, certified first responder rangers to be used in an austere environment. There are issues with communications in parts of New York State where they're working and the ability to contact medical control. So these protocols were specifically designed for Department of Environmental Conservation, Forestry Protection Rangers with the appropriate training. Not dissimilar to other protocols we've approved for specific groups such as like rescue medics or tactical medics, that kind of thing.
So just to touch, if anyone does have additional questions on it, this is something that's been in the works for a little bit with the Rangers and working with Dr. Daly on this one, who I don't know if he's in the room.
He's
or not.
coming back, but I don't think he's here yet.
Okay. To where, similar to the FDNY HazTech units or things like that, very specialized units, these forest rangers go through some pretty specific training above and beyond some of the normal curriculum, and Dr. Daly is working with them on that. And the goal would be for this particular protocol set to be really for them as they work in these very remote environments that they're in, and sometimes have to spend even overnights with their patients before they can get them out. So things that you might normally see at a higher level of certification for these particular individuals would be located at this level, at the CFR level.
Thank you. So that's what we'd be voting on. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, so there's a motion to move the Ranger steer guidelines forward to SEMSCO. We'll need a roll call vote.
Dr. Berkowitz.
Berkowitz, yes.
Dr. Bombard.
Bombard, yes.
Dr. Cooper.
Yes.
Dr. Cushman.
Cushman, yes.
Daly. Dr. Daly's not back. Dr. Doynow.
Doynow, yes.
Dr. Isaacs.
Isaacs, yes.
Dr. Kugler.
Kugler, yes.
Dr. Murphy.
Murphy, yes.
Dr. Raybrich.
Raybrich, yes.
Dr. Seth.
Yes.
Dr. Shi.
She, yes.
Dr. Walters.
Yes.
Dr. Hallinan.
Yes.
And Dr. Winslow.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Raybrich?
Yes, so the collaborative protocols have been brought forth as a discussion item. We had some very good discussion at Med Standards on this, on these changes. There was some good feedback provided as well. We wanted to bring it to this body as well so that additional feedback or commentary could be received, with the idea of these being ready to be presented and voted on at the December meeting. So I don't know if you want me to go through them, or Dr. Cushman, if you want to run through the changes quickly. I'm happy to do it, up to you.
Happy to briefly comment on
Thank
them.
you.
At all levels, adding ipratropium mixed with albuterol to the EMT or higher under the agitated patient, both adolescent and adult, to add under a med control option the opportunity for olanzapine, now correctly spelled. Whoever texted that to Dr. Raybrich, thank you, I fixed it. To remove haloperidol, given the less desirable side effect profile. Under cardiac, for pediatric bradycardia, simply reordering the epinephrine and atropine to reflect that in pediatric patients, epinephrine is first. Also adding some language regarding considering chest compressions for marked bradycardia, also consistent with AHA guidelines. Under difficulty breathing for acute pulmonary edema, correcting my inadvertent deletion of nitroglycerin as an option for the advanced EMT. My apologies to the advanced EMT colleagues in the room. Adding palms and soles to locations for the cold pack placement. Also providing some consistency between our open fracture and amputation protocols to allow for the use of either oral or intravenous antibiotics if equipped and trained by personnel for amputations. Under shock, specifically the trauma-associated shock, and there may be some discussion later on in this, is just adding verbiage that reinforces that initiation of pre-hospital blood products are subject to REMAC-endorsed blood product distribution plan and Department of Health approval. So it's very clear within those protocols, and if there's anything that we have to change in the coming weeks or months, then we'll make those. And then probably the most substantive is under oxygen administration and airway management, based upon the tremendous work and success of the Hudson Valley iGel project. to add under EMT the placement of a supraglottic airway, if equipped and trained, in the adult cardiac arrest patient as regionally approved. And then revising under some of the key points that providers may place an endotracheal tube or supraglottic airway if they utilize waveform capnography for initial and ongoing monitoring of airway patency. Those summarize,
Thank you.
I think,
Yes.
the majority of our discussion.
Very well done. Yes, that is a summary of the changes, already incorporating some of the feedback that was provided at Med Standards this morning. So just wanted to open it up briefly if there's other comments or questions regarding these protocols. Again, we're going to vote on them at the next meeting.
Any questions for Dr. Cushman?
Dr. Cushman, I would just say between this meeting and next meeting, if maybe you, myself, and Gina can sit, and whoever else you think, just to see if there's any other smaller things on either side for adjustments. Thanks.
Any questions? Okay, Dr. Raybridge?
Yes. It was discussed as well that the iGel demonstration project, which we'll hear from again, but we heard an excellent summary of that study. At some point, that project needs to end, and it needs to become put into a policy statement or some other form to allow it to continue. Otherwise, our colleagues from the Hudson Valley will be collecting data for the rest of their lives on this. Not that that's a bad thing, but yes. So there was a suggestion that we make a motion that the iGel demonstration project be sunset at the time at which forthcoming policy statement from the Bureau or other guidance is issued regarding the use of an iGel. Did I get that right? So that would be the motion. It even needs a second. It's not a seconded motion.
Second.
All right. Discussion.
And can we put that up? Dr. Raybridge, I think you'll just need to restate it so we can.
Yes. Motion to sunset the iGel demonstration project at such time that a policy statement or other guidance is issued by the department regarding the use of the iGel or other supraglottic airways.
And IT, if you could get the projector back on, it seems to be off.
Yeah, issued by the department. It can be whatever, however they want to issue it.
Maybe, and
Just a point of, but if it's going to end up in a protocol, isn't that part of it as well? Honestly, if they're using it, if the protocol updates, as we just stated, put it in there. She has it.
No, just placing in a protocol doesn't make it allowed for use in New York State necessarily at that level. In other words, there's something that's got to say that at the EMT level, this can be done beyond just a protocol. Because it's not yet a national scope of practice document, right? So, did you want to comment further, or did I answer it?
Any questions? Discussion?
Yeah. I think it's implied, yeah. So nothing would change until such time as that guidance. So in other words, people can continue to use the iGel under the demonstration project until such time as further guidance is. We're not stopping anything. We're just trying to codify it in a different way.
and just a point of clarification, are agencies that are not in the program right now still able to enroll? I know there was some discussion on that as well.
Yeah. So the answer is yes. Those agencies
Thank you.
can participate. All right. Any other discussion on this? Is this roll call?
It would be a roll call if we have no discussion. Does anybody have any questions? Will you, if a new agency wants to join, then they will follow the old policy
The existing guidance, yes.
and continue sending data, unfortunately, to you guys. All right, okay, I guess we need a roll call vote.
Dr. Berkowitz. Yes. Dr. Bombard.
Yes.
Dr. Cooper.
Yes.
Dr. Cushman.
Cushman, yes.
Dr. Doynow.
Yes.
Dr. Isaacs.
Isaacs, yes.
Dr. Kugler,
Yes.
Dr. Murphy,
Murphy, yes.
Dr. Raybrich,
Rayburn, yes.
Dr. Seth,
Yes.
Dr. Shi,
She, yes.
Dr. Walters,
Yes.
Dr. Hallinan,
Yes.
and Dr. Winslow.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Excellent, thank you. Dr. Raybridge?
Yep, there was a final seconded motion that came forth from Med Standards. This is regarding the New York City Rescue Medic protocol changes, which was brought up under new business. It was voted by the Med Standards to send it here to SEMAC, and I understand there's some process questions or issues with how it got to CMAC. So, these, I don't know if you want to elaborate, but I can. The standard process is, I believe it's at 6 weeks, is it? 6 weeks prior to the meeting, so the materials can be reviewed by the commissioner, the department, and placed on the agenda, and everyone can review them. That's generally the process that's followed. In this case, obviously, that wasn't followed because it was sent late after that 6-week deadline and was brought up as new business. It's really just kind of our standard practices, that's usually how we do things. So unless there's an urgent need for the protocol, the recommendations were that this be then voted on in December so that there's opportunity for people to further review and discuss. I don't know if anyone else wants to add anything to that, but that's.
Any discussion?
I'd like to respectfully request if it could be brought for a MAC vote. Just there are some issues for us in terms of the city, in terms of training cycle and everything else, which is a huge cost to the fire department. And they are edits to existing protocols. They're not brand-new protocols.
Any discussion on Dr. Isaacs?
I have a quick question, just on Robert's Rules of Order. It comes to this body as a seconded motion from a subcommittee, and so we have an outstanding seconded motion, or a motion that needs a second. No, or I'm not sure exactly
It
how.
could be tabled to the next meeting. That's an action that could be taken.
I don't know. I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Gid is not
Yes,
here.
it's a
Dr.
seconded
Langston's not
motion.
here.
Something has to be done with it. It could be tabled, right, but.
Microphone, please.
Yes, we need to decide, are we going to table it? Are we going to vote on it? So if there's no discussion, then we need to decide where we're going.
I guess there's no further discussion.
Call to question.
So-
We can just
Okay.
vote it.
So it needs to be brought up for a vote. It would be a roll call
Sorry, I
vote.
guess I didn't get the mic on fast enough.
I guess not.
So I think you'd have to know what the motion is, if you're going to vote or if you're going to not. Like I said, or not I said, the chair said, that, part of the question comes down to the way that it was received. It was only received 2 weeks ago, which is why it wasn't in the packet of documents that was sent out or available for the public. It didn't go through, the normal processes or changes that occur. I think, the opportunity to discuss something, if Dr. Isaacs wanted to have a discussion about it, and then to know if there's any edits or changes that need to occur, and then, possibly vote on it in December, would allow for that opportunity to go through it and to train, I think, between now and then. I don't know when, they were looking to implement these changes or the urgency of the changes to occur.
Yeah, and I think the question is, right, so there's a regular cycle of protocols, and then there's a reason, right? There certainly are reasons where something should be taken out of cycle, whether it's an emergent need for a change or something has changed significantly where something should not follow that process because of the urgency. So it's really a discussion and a decision of this body if that's the case and, you want to vote. Dr. Kugler, you said you called the question. I'm not sure what question you called, if it's the original motion or. Oh, sorry. Was it, what question were you calling?
Microphone.
I just wanted to be clear on what the motion was.
So the seconded
can't
motion
see
from
it.
Med Standards was to send for approval the rescue medic protocols to this body, to SEMAC.
So shouldn't the motion then be made here to approve them, which is not the same motion? Right, Doug? If you want them approved, make that as a motion.
Yes, I would like a motion to take a vote on the rescue medic protocols.
I second the motion.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor. Do we have any discussion before we vote on it? And what I will say is if they're voted in, then the protocols go forward. If they're voted down, then we can always do a motion to table it until the next meeting.
And they still, even if you approve them, they still need to go through that process with the commissioner and everything else that they haven't yet. So, you know, just so that everyone's aware, that process will still occur.
That's the motion to approve New York City Rescue Medic Protocols at this time. And we'll need a roll call vote.
Dr. Berkowitz.
He's so loud, though.
Dr. Bombard.
Bombard, yes.
Dr. Cooper.
Cooper, yes.
Dr. Cushman.
Cushman abstain.
Dr. Doynow.
I'm going to abstain on this as well.
Dr. Daly.
Approve.
Dr. Isaacs.
Isaacs, yes.
Dr. Kugler.
Yes.
Dr. Murphy.
Murphy, yes.
Dr. Rebrich.
Raybridge, yes.
Dr. Seth.
Seth abstain.
Dr. Shi.
She abstain.
Dr. Walters.
Walters, yes.
Dr. Hallinan.
Yes.
And Dr. Winslow.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Raybridge?
That concludes the report from medical standards. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If we can move now to EMSC, either Amy or Dr. Cooper?
Thank you, Dr. Doynow. We had a very active meeting this past Monday. And of course, I want to thank Amy Eisenhower for all her diligence in making sure that the program stays on track. Many of you may know that Amy has received a well-deserved promotion. She'll still be assisting Director Ryan in overseeing the program, but a successor to her as the formal EMSC program coordinator is being posted, and we're told that the selection may be made by the time of the next meeting. Among all the other wonderful things that Amy's been doing, she's really been chasing the Always Ready for Children program very, very hard. And Amy, if you want to say anything about it, please do. But you know, the short of it is that you know that we have many additional services that have signed up to be Always Ready for Children, and work continues on that program every day. We spent a fair amount of time speaking about the educational program on pediatric agitation. The first video is slated for filming this coming week, and Chief Pataki has promised that we will hopefully have a second video by the time of the next meeting. The three videos, in addition to the didactic PowerPoint program that is well along in development, in fact, nearing completion, the three scenarios involve a potentially suicidal child, an autistic child, and an aggressive, potentially violent adolescent. So these are all scenarios that we're all seeing all the time in our emergency departments and in our ambulance services. Dr. Vondiat is the vice chair of the committee, is leading an effort on pediatric sedation, which is primarily aimed at providers in emergency departments rather than field providers. Dr. Edward Conway will be spearheading a group to look at the the 2015 document, now almost 10 years old, looking at, the current status of emergency department, ICU regs, and so on, to see if they require updating. We'll have more for you on that in December. And finally, not quite finally, but almost finally, Dr. Maya Dorsett, who will be joining our committee as soon as she's vetted, which I'm being told is tomorrow, will be leading an effort to deal with development of quality metrics for emergency medical services for children. Director Ryan will be announcing the awards to be given to all members of the EMS community, with one exception. And I have the honor of letting you know that the EMSC committee voted unanimously this past Monday to provide that award, the Robert K. Cantor Leadership Award, to Dr. Elise von der Yad of Rochester. And finally, truly finally, Amy has asked me to remind us all that there are some terrific pre-conference programs on topics related to pediatrics at this year's Vital Signs. So for those of you who are going to be attending Vital Signs, and I presume that means everyone in this room, please sign up, or get your folks to sign up, and make them all a success. Thank you. Be happy to answer any questions that anyone may have.
Any questions for Dr. Cooper? Okay. Ryan, are you ready?
Still feel awkward doing like a thumbs up with this brace on. All right, a couple things going on. Thanks, everybody. So in regards to operations, the Eastern Branch has been working on their two-year full service inspection. So they'll be up for coming out and seeing a lot of your agencies again. It's crazy to think that we've hit the full cycle of all the agencies and seen everybody, and now we're circling back around. Just a reminder, there's been a lot of expired stuff on the trucks. So to everybody who is a part of their agency's QA/QI process and checks and balances, just a reminder to be checking on that one, as well as the Part 80 inspections has been in some areas needing a little bit of attention and work. So particularly for this group and our physicians, making sure that your agencies are following what they need to and staying on top of things, particularly with their paperwork. Just as a reminder, if any agency has a question about it before we come for an inspection, call us. Call the district chief or anything else. We're happy to come out. We're happy to have a phone call. Maybe you have a brand new narcotics officer who comes in and has, the other person left before they came in. We're here to help. We're here to help in that transition and things like that. Feel free to give your local district chief a phone call, and we'd be happy to help you with that process. As well, in the full service inspections, just a reminder to be checking your oxygen tanks for expirations and your medications. These are all things that we're seeing more often as repetitive in nature as we go from agency to agency. On the administration side, we're doing really well in our spending. So we're just over, I think, $4 million in our aid to localities going out and funding for this year. So that's trailing well. I think Steve Kroll will talk later about the finance side of things, but on the education side, we're spending last year at this same time, we were at about 1.6 million paid out in education. This year, we're over 2 million paid out in education. So we're happy to see that increase in spending. And I think Mr. Kroll is going to be working on figuring out how to spend even more. So we appreciate finance committees and all their help on that front as well. On the NEMSIS transition, it has been going really well. In addition to 3.5 being released, we also have we have a new fellow in the data and informatics unit who is coming to us from SUNY Genesee, so you'll be seeing her more often. In addition, over 95% of the agencies have transitioned. We've had a couple that have had some roadblocks or bumps in the road, but we believe in the next couple of months they'll be all squared away as well. In January 2025, we'll do a minor release for some revisions and some updating to the data set, but nothing too significant on this time, but keep your eyes open for that one. As well as the team will be hosting with NEMSIS and Image Trend a training session for those who are looking for some additional training related to data and some information on that. We'll be sharing that with our program agencies, and they'll be able to get that out. Just a reminder, when it comes to 3.5, your program agencies are an excellent resource, if you, as a frontline or first pass in information on setting things up. We also had some great conversations yesterday, I believe during the quality committee, with Image Trend and ESO about them providing a one-page document on how to really best access your data and how to be able to look at some of the core quality measures. I know Dr. Dorsett was big on the ability to look at it, and now we're trying to figure out some ways that we can get things out there so it is easy for them to look at. The next STAC meeting is October 30th. For anyone who's looking to attend, please look on our website for additional information. EMS for Children, Dr. Cooper really gave the bulk of the report, but I will say at this year's Vital Signs, we have a big focus on pediatrics, and so we're excited about the number of things that are coming up there, including a half-day OB assessment pre-con, a PEDS triage pre-con, and some other things on that front. But also, I want to thank everybody who filled out the PEDS readiness survey. We had about a 25% response rate across the state, which is about 250 agencies. That, if we look nationally, that's a really good number for an individual state to be able to get so many agencies to respond. And so we appreciate everybody who took the time on that, especially with the new survey that it was, which was a little bit longer than what it's been in the past. Vital Signs, right around the corner. Thank you to many of you here who are some of our speakers for this year. Thank you, Dr. Cushman, for offering your city. And we really think it's going to be an excellent opportunity. And Wegmans, yes. And we think it's going to be an excellent opportunity. There's a lot of great things going on. The convention center's really laid out well for the conference, so we're excited to be there and to move things forward on that. We have a great Saturday night event at the Rochester Museum of Play, which is this just this amazing museum that reminds you of all the video games I feel like we knew growing up, and you get to relive your childhood again. So a lot of really, opportunities there, including all the education, but also to see the city of Rochester, to visit Wegmans if you haven't visited Wegmans, or to, so if you're wondering why Wegmans is so important, I did a ride-along, probably one of the best ride-alongs I ever did with Dr. Cushman. And so we went out and probably saw one of the most critical patients I saw in a trauma patient, and that was really cool. And at the middle of the day, I said, Doc, where are we going for dinner? And he goes, well, what do you want? And I was like, it's your city. It's up to you. And he says, if you don't know, how about Wegmans? And I said, what's Wegmans? He goes, it's a supermarket. I go, Doc, you're taking me to a supermarket for dinner? And we went into Wegmans, and I was just like, whoa. I've now judged every supermarket that I walked into compared to Wegmans. I haven't found one near me yet that compares, but he made the right choice for dinner, hands down. But for those of you who haven't been to Rochester, I will tell you I learned the most about it this year planning this conference. It really is incredible. There's incredible health systems. The University of Rochester is actually going to be a big part of the conference this year as well. And we're really excited to have some new tracks, including special operations and a rescue track. We have a free pre-con for leadership that when we released it, it sold out, so we actually had to add more seats to it. So we're excited to have that opportunity there to give some more educational opportunities. So again, just a lot of things. Go onto a website. You can find a lot going on there. I also want to announce this year's award winners, which will be presented at Vital Signs this year. So our ALS Provider of the Year is Nathan Peters. Our BLS Provider of the Year is Kyle Maxwell. Our EMS Communication Specialist of the Year is Charles Vitale. Our EMS Educator of the Year is Amy Nispansky. Our EMS Agency of the Year is Northwell Health, Center of EMS. Our Harriet Weber Leadership Award is Mark Philippi. Our Registered Professional Nurse of Excellence is James Moore. Our Physician of the Year is Dr. Maya Dorsett, sitting behind us. Our Excellence in Quality is Michael Brzano. Our Youth Provider of the Year is Shalom Halberstein. And then for our Innovation Awards, which will be on Sunday, excellent opportunity to really learn more about some of the amazing innovation that's happening around the state. Our Clinical Delivery Innovation is Harpers Ferry Volunteer Ambulance Corps, which is a Binghamton University Collegiate EMS Corps. Our Educational Institution or Innovation is Mentor Ambulance, Scott Clark. Our organizational innovation is Varna Volunteer Fire Company. Our recruitment and retention innovation is Southern Tier Healthcare Systems, which is our program agency for Southern Tier. I think a round of applause for all of our this year's winners. The memorial is tomorrow for those of you who can attend. There are 8 honorees going on the wall. And are you able to bring up that picture, Teresa? She's going to bring it up in a second. But this is a very special memorial for us. This is a memorial where, for those of you who can see the screen, I think we're pretty good here. Oh, nope. We good? Now we can't. But this is our new memorial. So the initial memorial was built in 2004. It's been around for 20 years. And unfortunately, the tree was filled. And so what you can't see as well here is on either side now is engravings of all the names. So there's 117 names that are on either side that are engraved. The stars are in the middle on the Tree of Life. And the first ceremony with this will be tomorrow at 11 a.m. at the Plaza. We encourage everybody here to join us, those online to either join us in person, and it also will be broadcast. It's on our website as well, so we encourage you to join us. A big thank you also to those SEMSCO members who were part of the planning committee to make this all possible, to, for what that next chapter of the EMS Memorial looks like in New York State. So thank you for that front. Couple other things, closing out. We have a lot of regulatory change happening in a really good way, and so thank you to everybody again here on SEMAC and SEMSCO who's helped with this process. Education regs are out June 6th. They were released. Really excited about those. The changelog is up online as a policy statement that was an ask that people had. So there's a new policy statement literally just put up today on that one. The vehicle and equipment regs was out for public comment. We got lots of public comment. We really appreciate it. That will drive it most likely to go out for public comment again. So expect to see that out for public comment. My guess is sometime in November. It will go out in November and December, and then hopefully be back to this committee in February, not at the December meeting, but in February for the final vote in order to go into regulations or for those regulations to change. The ambulance build regulations should be going out for public comment shortly. The blood regulations are in development right now. We're working in partnership with Wadsworth based on the information that this group and the technical advisory group has provided. The performance standards as well as the system standards for the system and agency performance standards groups are both in drafting right now. The quality one is in drafting as well, and community paramedicine is in a draft process. We actually have a community paramedicine advisory council that is being vetted right now as per the statute, and so once those are in place, that document will get passed to them for kind of further fronts on that. For statutory change this year, I think Mr. Kroll will probably get to it a little bit later as well, but we are excited that the governor did just release that blood is, they took the blood statute, and which was originally just designed for air medical and now includes ground and air medical. Very excited about that, as well as TIP and TAD. TIP being treatment in place and transport to alternative destinations. So nice work for everyone here. And just a reminder, and really, a shout out to each of you that are here and everyone else who really are the advocates for EMS. But we went, over 20 years with no statutory change, and now have seen statutory change multiple years in a row. It's very exciting to watch this advance and to see the medicine advance and things like that. So thank you for everything that you're doing. 3 policy statements: 2406, which is related to certification; 2407, which is the ALS provider practical skills exam; and 2408, which is the education regulation changelog, have all been posted. They're up on our website. Please feel free to do there. You also might hear from some of our fellows. We have 2 new fellows that have started with us, one on policy and one on data, so we're excited to have them to the team. As well as we're in a transition. So the Bureau is in a transition, and over the next couple of months, you'll hear more about it. I know many of you have seen some of the positions come up and be posted. You've seen some of the things. We're excited about this transition. We're excited to bring you more information about it and kind of some restructuring, some some changes in some titles and things of that nature. So more to come on that one. You'll see a lot more positions being posted. Please ask questions. If you see a posting and someone has a question, by all means, feel free to reach out to someone and ask what that position's about. What does it mean? State service is a wonderful opportunity, so we encourage you to come be part of the team if you're interested in that. And then my last thing, I promise, Dr. Cooper, it's my last thing, but I just wanted to truly say thank you to Dr. Cushman. He is one of the first physicians who I had the opportunity to meet and work with when I joined here. Crazy to think, 6.5, almost 7 years ago now, has taught me a lot about the system, and I will give absolute I will fully say, when it came to knowing upstate, I thought everything upstate was above Westchester. Come from Long Island, lived in the city for 20 years, and Dr. Cushman really took the time to explain a lot about what the collaborative protocols was, which was not used downstate at that time, about what the systems upstate were, the different regions that were here, the opportunity to come and see Melrem's region, and everything that you're doing there is just outstanding. And for those of you who don't know, he's been part of the council since 2009, part of the SEMAC. And so I just want to say on behalf of myself, the Bureau, and the department, thank you for your 15 years of service. You're an incredible asset, and you've done tremendous things for New York State EMS, many people of which will probably never know how much you've done, but we do, and thank you. End of report.
Any questions for Ryan? Okay, moving on. Ryan, this is a question for you. New York State Medical Director update, physician.
It is in the org chart of things to be a permanent position in that restructuring that's going on, so we're just waiting for it to come to fruition where we see it posted.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions on that? Okay, iGel update one more time.
Okay, great, thank you. I'm very happy to give this presentation for those that didn't see it this morning. Teresa, if you could bring that up. And thank you all for all of the work on this in the data and informatics, for med standards, for everybody here at SEMAC. It's been an absolute pleasure to work on this and continue working with everybody in this project. So I'll quickly go through this, and please let me know if you have any questions. I'll bring up some things that came up in med standards earlier also. So this was a supraglottic iGel pilot demonstration that came from Greenville back in the earlier part of 2000. Next slide. And so we really want to give a huge thanks to the Hudson Valley Regional EMS Council and staff, their leadership, medical advisory committee, everybody that's here, and to the data and informatics team of the state and the Bureau for all of their work with us as well. And so we did this demonstration project to evaluate the feasibility of EMTs using an iGel during treatment of cardiac arrest, adult patient in cardiac arrest. And there were 3 really distinct and good reasons for doing this: better airway management and oxygenation related to difficulties in BVM seal, reduced availability and access to ALS, and precedents set by other states already doing this. Next slide, please. So here's the timeline of the project. We started at the beginning of 2020. Who knew? And so we brought this concept out. The pandemic had begun at that point as we move forward. It took a little bit of time to come up to the DOH for approval as a pilot, develop it a bit. Finally, it was posted in Q1 of 2023, and we went through the reporting period, and now we're at the final position of reporting to the state, which began this morning. Next slide. We ended up having 173 agencies from across the state apply. 124 completed the process, and we had almost 2,000 EMTs across the state do the didactic and practical components. assessment components and start using this. We had two things that we wanted to do in terms of data. One was a Drupal survey, and the other was to have reports from Data Informatics Weekly to the HVREMSCO. The Drupal survey came from the agency and was the first point of indication of use of this, and the second was from the state to the HVREMSCO from Data Informatics. It was important to do this because we realized some of the reports were not getting to the state and some of the data wasn't getting to the state. So we were able to then figure out which ones were not, go to agencies, go to regions, and figure out processes and ways to get the data up to the state, and then go through that data there as well. Next slide. We looked at three primary safety and feasibility outcomes. So the first is successful insertion and maintenance as reported by the crew. The second is confirmed by a higher level provider, and then the third as verified by waveform capnography. Next slide, excuse me. So a note about field terminations. We're not going to cover all three of those parameters then in field terminations because there are times when higher level providers were not there or the patient was not transported to a hospital to get clarification and validation of insertion. And so we looked at two things: success by the presence of documented by the provider and by documented capnography. When we didn't have those, so in the absence of confirmation by a higher level provider and or capnography values, we considered that a failure of the device. Next slide, please. So here's the cases. We have 419 in the time frame that we looked at from 3 of 23 to 7 of 24. 327 were considered successful. 59 were not in the repository, and we have no way of getting that data, so we didn't include those. And 33 were excluded because while it appeared in the state report that it was done by a BLS provider, on further look at the data and to the agency, they were done by an ALS provider. Reasons for that were that a person transitioned from a BLS provider to an advanced level provider during the process, and they didn't catch it at the agency to update the person's information in the chart, or some of the data just didn't come across. Next slide. So here's some data of medians for age, weight, separation by gender. Next slide. Information about dispatch to the patient, which was somewhere around the 7-minute mark as a median, and from the at-patient to first attempt being just less than 7 minutes as a median also. Next slide. IGL sizes and ETCO2 values. So one of the things that we should have done, didn't do, are clarifying as we move forward, is that we had thought providers would get an initial end title, perform the procedure, look at the value, and then also have a final end title. And what some places were doing were just inserting, they were doing BVM ventilations, inserting the iGel, and then getting the value for end title CO2 after that as a confirmation, and then moving forward as continuous capnography continued. And so this data may not appear to match because of those differences, but still medians look very good with this. Next slide. So we have BLS provider reported success at 94%, capnography recorded at 86%, placement confirmed by higher level provider at 83%, and confirmed by higher level provider and or capnography at 96%, which are fantastic numbers. Those are great. Next slide. So here are some of the outcomes. In terms of patient response, 212 unchanged, 112 improved. Adverse events, 305 none, and then there's some other related adverse events like vomiting, apnea, combinations, nausea, etc. Discontinuation reasons, 89 from a field termination by med control order. Some were not recorded, and in going through the data, it was not able to get some of these things. I'll go into why some of that some of those challenges occurred in a second here. Transfer of care at the hospital or ROSC occurred. Airway failure reasons, 285 none, and then a variety of other things from difficult anatomy to secretions, blood, vomit, etc. There are some wonky ones in here because of how data came across and what some of these ideas were recorded as by the PCR vendors. In terms of outcomes, 121 expired in the field, 72 in the ED. Ongoing resuscitation occurred for 40, ROSC in the field 31, ROSC in the ED 30, and then some not recorded or applicable ones. Next slide. These are iGel insertions by region. And so again, just a wide swath around New York State, which was absolutely wonderful and fantastic. Next slide. So here's some of the data challenges that we faced. And so this was probably one of the most difficult initial components for us as we wrangled around what the data was coming in, what it meant to us, and how we could make it cleaner and better and validate it. And so for some folks, they documented the iGel use in a narrative area and not in a tabulated field, so it didn't come across. And so other indicators in the PCR caused us to go to the agency and look at it and say, hey, did you guys do an iGel? Was it something else? What happened? And you're like, oh yeah, see it, it's in the narrative. We'll get it moved to the tabulated field, and we included those. Some of the ePCR vendors weren't using NEMSIS data configurations, or they weren't correctly configured. And so for some vendors, it's straightforward, this is what it is. There's no ability to change it at the agency level. For some vendors, you can change it at the agency level, and some of those values just weren't coded correctly for the vendor by the agency. We were able to correct those and get a better flow of data for iGel. And so some of the agencies didn't have data reaching either the regional repository and or the state repository, and some regions weren't sending data to the state. So because of the use of the Drupal, we were able to figure out what agencies were using data and sending it, and what was and was not getting through, and then able to backtrack to see, did it come through a regional site and was there a problem there? Or was it just from an agency not getting up for whatever reasons, and correct some of those? Again, huge thanks to the data informatics team for all of the work that they did on this in assisting us in getting data movement from agency up through. And everybody was super helpful, from agencies and providers through vendors to the data informatics unit as a piece of this as well. So we had to get correct mapping done, and we had to get the reports in the data on the state repository. Some made it there. You saw that there were some that actually did not, and we're continuing to work on some of that process. One of the biggest positive components out of this was follow-up with agencies to get complete data sets. So if they submitted a Drupal and we didn't see it in the weekly report, we would reach out to the agency, and then also we sent out quarterly reports to agencies of what we had for their data. And then we would talk with them about what was working, what was not working, and try and improve it from there. When I say that data improved in the iGel program, that's true, but also we found that data improved overall in a lot of different areas because we identified issues in getting PCRs from agencies to regions to the state, and that meant that a variety of other components then also came through that hadn't previously been going through. So this created a better data flow of other components as well. Next slide. And so, again, the solutions that we had just talked about, there are things that we had done to fix these issues for data collection for the iGel project and overall other data collection. Next slide. So our conclusion was that EMTs can utilize an iGel in an SGA in an adult patient in out-of-hospital cardiac arrest, and we think that the data clearly shows that. Next slide. Our recommendations are then for the Bureau to develop an iGel BLS policy, which we voted on, which is great, and we want to move forward. Thank you for that. To allow EMTs to utilize and maintain an iGel in adult cardiac arrest, if trained and equipped with regional authorization and oversight, and that continuous waveform capnography be mandated in all uses. We also want this demonstration project to conclude when that policy is in place, and that's moving forward. Thank you for that. And finally, that we advocate that capnography and waveform interpretation be added to the BLS scope of practice here in the state as we continue to move towards the national standard. Since it's not in the current national scope of practice, but we believe it will be hopefully soon, we are trying to move this forward so that we can advocate from our state to the nation of including this for BLS providers. There are several other states that are already doing this now, and so we believe that it's possible and can be moved forward. We have some recommendations for future projects, and that's looking at SMART objectives being specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound, to clearly communicate any challenges from any participants, the project itself, and ensure that the project's aligned and it doesn't get derailed in some other way. That there's a good data set and to test that data set for accuracy, effectiveness, efficiency from the agencies, the vendors, the regions, the program agencies, the state, and everybody involved in it. To validate the data for accuracy and to include very specific documentation expectations and training rollouts. We did a wonderful training rollout program that was very clinical in doing it and not totally on the documentation side. So we had to do some work on that on the back end, which we did and worked out well. We recommend doing that up front versus waiting a little bit as to later in the program. And finally, to confer regularly with participating entities to look at consistent, reliable, accurate, and validated data. And so that is our project and our program. We had some wonderful discussion earlier at Med Standards and looking at confirmation process. And so what we talked about in that was that BVM versus an IGEL, right? And so there are issues in BVMs related to having a good mask seal, where for BLS providers, what they found was they could get a better seal with an iGel and then have better ventilations because of using this than just using a BVM with a mask seal. Some challenges were related to money and funding in terms of other components to this, such as end-tidal CO2 for BLS providers, but that really wasn't an onerous component to this as well, as some of those are really available at lower cost than we believe. That doesn't mean that people have to go out and buy a $40,000 Zoll or LifePak or anything like that, but certainly there are a couple thousand maybe dollar end-tidal CO2 monitors that could be useful for this and will work completely. And finally, should have said this way up front, apologies, is that we have no affiliations or any disclosures to make about any particular products or any components of this whatsoever. We're happy to do this. We're delighted to have done it. We think that anecdotally, BLS providers, from what we've heard, are just simply delighted to do this. They found another tool to really help them. It's something they can do, something they're proud of doing, and has had a very net positive benefit for patients. Thank you all again so very much from me, from the Hudson Valley region, from all those doing this. A huge thanks to everybody involved, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions?
Yeah, Dr. Seth Remska from Big Lakes. Did you compare the success of the BLS providers to the success of ALS providers when thinking about some of those adverse outcomes and failed airways? Sorry, and I apologize, of course, you realize I'm new, so if there's this has already been asked and answered, I apologize.
Not asked and answered? No, we did not. We were really focusing on BLS providers and their ability to insert this versus ALS providers and their ability to insert this, if that's your question.
I think so. I just don't think I understood your answer. Sorry, you said you were comparing them to ALS, or you were not comparing them to ALS?
We were not comparing ALS providers' ability to insert an iGel against BLS providers' ability to insert an iGel.
Understood. Thank you.
Any other questions? Well, thank you. That was an excellent presentation, and you've done an amazing job on this pilot project. It probably should be a framework for future pilot projects. The methods have been excellent. Okay, if we have no old business to continue, let's move on to new business. Dr. Kugler, I believe you're up.
Well, thank you. I thought the collaborative protocol discussion, but I guess we did that. All right, so forgive me while I just pull up my notes. Mr. Chairman, thank you for allowing me to bring this up under new business. First, I want to say thank you again to Dr. Cushman. So I have two separate items that I'd like to bring to this body for consideration in the form of questions, and I will start with just providing some background. I'm hoping to engage a discussion with the leaders of this body, SEMAC, and then ultimately SEMSCO regarding regional online medical control. Specifically, I'm hoping to clarify the current regulations as stipulated in Article 30 of the Public Health Law and Bureau of EMS Policy 11-05. I believe that this discussion will facilitate getting each region and the regional providers to have the same understanding of the regulations so that we're all conforming in an appropriate way. I do also understand that each region's online medical control may appear differently based on the needs of that region. So I'd like to take this opportunity to bring everybody together to look at a larger scope of medical control. To help focus this discussion a little bit further, I propose the following question. Who or what entity is ultimately responsible for the implementation and oversight of online medical control that's provided in a particular region? The posted regulations and policy describe how the REMAC may define and establish medical control, as well as credential and specify who may provide medical control, but it doesn't say who shall be implementing the medical control. For further clarity, I would ask, additionally, who owns the data generated by medical control activities? The quality of online medical control as stipulated in Policy 11-05 contains that the REMAC is to ensure and participate in regional and agency level quality assurance activities. Does this mean online medical control is an agency? Ultimate oversight on the provision of care as directed by online medical control. Who's to be responsible for that? The credentialing of providers and physicians that provide medical control is stipulated in regulation and policy. And then who is responsible for the application and design of online medical control systems? Lastly, with regards to this, and I am seeking your guidance as leaders in EMS, I've been asked to seek a recommendation by this body to further codify medical control, but I implore that any regulations promulgated and recommended by this body and the SEMSCO intend to include the region in the development of the specifics locally. Because as we know, as New York State is varied by resources, geographically, by topography, time and distance to definitive care, which can be vertical or extrication or traffic or just plain mileage, as well as by population densities, and each region has its own known areas of concern that they address best locally. Allowing only for the code to clarify quality and care issues rather than specific medical control designs. And I say that unless the state, I don't want, actually, I'll skip that. But so I bring that up for discussion to ask who's in charge of medical control and who owns the data.
Thank you, Dr. Kruger. Well, do we have any discussion on the question?
All right, you're looking right at me. So it's an excellent question, and I think, look, especially knowing different parts of the state, it is medical control is very different region by region, both in how it's run, both in who people call, in how people handle medical control. We have some regions where you call into medical control and everything's recorded and everything's documented and there's a log to things. There's other areas where you can call medical control and you're calling your medical director on his cell phone. And so, you know, there's a different dynamic there. There are regions that are very centralized in their medical control, meaning, you know, everyone in a given area calls one place. There's regions that are very fragmented. What hospital am I going to? And based on that hospital is which medical control I would call. To date, there has not been regulations promulgated, you know, related to this. Some of the questions that you ask I would want to go back and not give you a quick answer today, but if you have a series of questions, we'd be happy to come back to you at the December meeting, you know, with answers, more specific answers and legal backing behind them. By the way, legal counsel sitting next to us, that's why I'm pointing towards them. That we'd be happy to go back to it and, you know, provide you those answers so that you had a starting point on some of these things. One of the things that is very clear is that the REMACs do designate who the medical control physicians are. And that is absolutely clear. I would say it's a little bit more vague on who does medical control, and I think up until now it just hasn't been too much of a question, which is why it hasn't come to a regulatory set or something of that nature, but it might be that time. I think, technology has changed and things have changed in that forefront as well. When you talk about, quality and quality assurance and different pathways that are there, there is no question that the REMAC is an active part of ensuring that the quality of care that's provided in a given area, and there's no question that medical control and what happens when an EMS provider is given guidance or direction is part of that process. And, that should be they should be an active part of those discussions when you're discussing the quality of care that's given there. So I think the short answer is the medical directors that are approved to provide medical control is very clearly in the onus of the REMAC to approve. Beyond that, it's a little bit grayer. And I don't know that it has to be, it's just the way that it is today.
So thank you for that, and I would look forward to hearing something back, maybe even sooner than December. But there are some quality issues that are sort of pressing, and that sort of push this question from my region's quality committee, which is a combined committee of the REMSCO and the REMAC and the program agency, to me to bring to this body for sort of immediate sort of guidance, because there's things outstanding that affect patient care. And so I would ask even if you just nod your heads, if you just agree that the region should have access to the data that's acquired during the medical control process. Like a telephone call, like if we record a telephone conversation between a provider and medical control physician, or medical control contacts a receiving facility to make a notification, and we have all that data recorded, and there's a quality investigation that's occurring, shouldn't that data be available to the QA/QI committee under the aspects of quality that this state pushes so hard to espouse?
I would think that everybody who's involved with quality would want to engage in a collaborative approach to ensure that the patient care that's being given is the best that can be given, not only including medical controls, but hospitals and patient outcomes and things like that. And there are some other guidance documents related to that, specifically for hospitals as well, that advises them that these are, positive conversations and should be collaborative in nature and sharing information.
So the reason why I bring that forward, because we're not really having much of a discussion, is I'll just keep going. I'm trying to avoid giving very specific examples.
So let me just ask this question, if you don't mind.
Please.
To the room, because clearly you know your region. How are other regions' medical control run? And do they participate actively in your quality assurance processes, and what happens, along those lines?
So I'll just say in Westchester, it's actually depending on where you're going, the hospital. That's the model that you described. So to Dr. Kluger's point about the data, we've never had an instance where we've gone to a hospital and said, we think your hospital phone lines are recorded. Can you give us a recording of this? And I think that would probably not be a very fruitful endeavor to ask for that to happen. So I think that because of the heterogeneity around medical control, issues around data and everything are going to be really hard it's going to be very gray to get to the answer, especially when it comes to ownership of data. And I agree with you that there's a lot of ambiguity within statute, again, because there's history and heterogeneity and things are it's a big state. So I don't know how you can, to the point, I don't know if this is an answerable question that that could be given that would apply to the entire state. And so an alternative would be to say, how can we, if there are concerns that a member of the SEMAC is having about quality in their issue, maybe in their region, maybe the question is, how do we support them to help resolve conflict? And maybe, because that's something that we see in this body, occasionally. And maybe the question is, how do we help folks resolve conflict rather than how do we try to litigate everything, so to speak? Because I think there's challenges there. So just just pointing out the heterogeneity and just making that suggestion.
So I'll just kind of speak from the Western region, and Dr. Clemency or Dr. Seth can jump in, because we just recently revised our online medical control policy in the last year, and making the requirement that, several requirements, one of them being that the medical direction needs to be recorded for quality improvement purposes, or when some type of conflict or question or something comes up, right? These aren't like written orders in a hospital, so there needs to be some record of it, and so we require them to be recorded. One of the other requirements in that policy is that whoever's giving that online medical control, they need to participate in the quality improvement QI process and support that or release those records when required, right? I don't think in my region, when I've had questions come up, or as a medical director, I've just been QAing charts myself and had questions, and we've gone to a hospital and asked for those recordings, I've never had a hospital say, no, we're not giving them to you. I think just in the process of wanting to work together, right, as a bunch of stakeholders and trying to improve the quality that we're providing and make sure that we're all understanding the actual discussion that was had, I've never had a hospital say, no, we're not going to give you those recordings. Sometimes maybe they had issues with retrieving the recordings and it took some time, but no one's blatantly said, we're not going to participate in the quality improvement. So that seems a little strange to me, that a hospital wouldn't want to participate and make EMS better and make sure that we're making the system better. And it seems to be that's one of the issues you're having.
Thank you. That is precisely.
Dr. Walters, would you be willing to share your policy maybe with not just Nassau, but everyone?
Sure, it's right on our Western Region website, but I'm happy to share that link with anyone.
Thanks.
Jason?
Yeah, I think it's the REMAC in each region that has the authority to decide how they're going to coordinate their medical control, and it may be decentralized or centralized. Our policy is on our website, suffolkremsco.com. You can read it. Suffolk County has a centralized medical control that requires all 911 alarms to use. It's very successful that we not only record the information, but they use it as a place to also repository data, how many procedures were done, how many advanced airways were done, the cardiac arrest survival data. So we use our medical control also as a QI audit tool, and it works quite well. But yes, I do think it is a REMAC decision, and Nassau REMAC should be able to coordinate its medical control and get information through the REMAC QI subcommittee for any issue that is under quality improvement.
Dr. Walters, just curiosity, in your region, is it centralized? Is it by county, or is it you call the hospital you're going to? Or?
It's a variety. I would say the majority is point of destination, the hospital you're going to, and we've done that way for a long time. However, we do allow for agencies or systems to do their own medical direction. So for example, if I have an agency that's large enough or provides specific interfacility transports or needs, sometimes there's certain, I think there are certain cases that come up that maybe the average ER doctor at a hospital may not always be able to answer some of those nuanced questions when they're a little outside the box. So we do allow for agencies or a system to have medical direction outside the hospital as well, as long as they're following the same rules.
Thank you.
Mike, did you want to comment on this region? No?
Let the record show that Dr. Daly did not have any comment.
Prior to the record reflecting that. So we've required recorded conversations for years. It has been an extraordinary boon to our providers. Almost never do we go back to a provider and say, what were you asking for? What were you doing? It almost always is a conversation with the physician that was taking the call of what were you thinking? Why were you talking to the paramedic that way? or the EMT, because we have all levels of folks that we'll call through for medical direction. I'm not really sure I understand, because we work really in a collaborative, we know that I use the word so much it almost becomes trite, but we work in a collaborative fashion across the hospitals in our region, in spite of the fact that these are competing hospitals. And, quite frankly, the chiefs in each one of the hospitals are extremely helpful when it comes to sharing information. The recordings are actually maintained by the region and not by any individual hospital, although some hospitals have redundant recording systems. So we can approach any one of those as necessary and then just address it. But we've had field providers who have kept their job because of those recordings. So I cannot speak highly enough of recording every consultation between a physician and a field provider.
Just to understand your system, what is your model? Is it, they call the destination, is it centrally, or?
Yes.
The paramedic calls into a number and then dials the hospital that they wish to speak with.
Exactly. And that was a challenge in terms of developing that recording system. So we have a single phone number that people across the region call. They then dial an extension and get through to the specific hospital that they choose. They generally choose the destination, although then not all the time, because some hospitals have a zone phone that one physician will carry, and others will just put it into a pool and many physicians may answer. So I think the last time we looked at it, somewhere in the neighborhood of 65% of the calls went to Albany Medical Center, where we have one person answering those phones. But a significant number of the patients, particularly the ill patients, it's destination medical direction.
Also, to add to that, they can call their medical director on their cell phone, and it will be recorded. So if it's something extraordinary, they can dial Mike, they can dial myself, they can dial other
Yeah, there
medical
are
directors.
about 4 or 5 physicians that actually have recorded extensions on that line as well.
So to provide some context to this source of questions, the region received a request for an investigation. The QA/QI committee reached out to via the program agency to the medical director. A PCR was requested. It was sent by the agency to the quality committee, and then a request to listen to the audio tapes between the provider and medical control and the receiving facility were requested and were refused. Subsequent to that, we received letters saying you can subpoena us for the medical control tapes. So that didn't go very well. And in that same context, but a different case, a hospital system complained that about an ambulance case, and they wanted to inquire of the QA/QI committee to promulgate an investigation. And in that email request to the QA/QI committee contained the statement, I reviewed the audio tape from medical control. I reviewed the video body camera footage from the police department, and here's my findings. Please investigate this case. So here's a person who's not a physician on the QA/QI committee, not a member of the QA/QI committee in the region, having access to HIPAA-protected quality data and presenting it to us as an email finding where the region is protected by state regulations to do quality, and we were being blocked from receiving this information. So given that we have not received any assistance, I would ask that, and since the region has no attorneys assigned to it because we can't afford any. And we are a subcommittee of the REMSCO and a subcommittee of the SEMAC and the SEMSCO. I would ask that we now ask the SEMAC to ask the State Attorney General to subpoena those records on behalf of my region so that we can continue to perform quality assessments and patient care and make sure that there was no issue.
You can make any ask that you would like. I would ask that maybe we can take a first step with the Bureau possibly assisting in obtaining these things. I understand that you may feel like it's nowhere, but I think we would like to take the first step together with you on this one and then determine from there if additional things are needed.
So I don't want to be adversarial, so I will say that's great. But let's put a timeline on that, because as I get to point number 2, which I apologize for dragging on this meeting, we'll see that there's something that's ongoing for quite some time. So I would ask that I'm happy to not push to the State Attorney General's office, but we'll give you a month, because it shouldn't take more than 5 minutes to get a recording that somebody else has already listened to. And I'm not asking for the police body camera footage, although while we're at it, we may as well. What I'm asking for is just for somebody who's not a party of the subject of investigation to give an unbiased listen to the audio tapes and provide an unbiased answer. And because this is an ongoing investigation that remains open, I can't provide remedy to the person who provided the complaint, and therefore we can't provide remedy to that patient's family. We can't provide remedy to that agency. We can't provide education and remediation because this case is ongoing. So I look forward to sending you those other questions, but I would ask that this be done in a very timely fashion. If 1 month you think is too short, then 6 weeks.
I think it's one of those, let's have the conversation and understand what's needed. There's a couple of things that I think we have in our tool chest to be able to help facilitate this. And so I understand your timeline, and let's work towards meeting those goals. The questions that you brought up before too, if you do have a series of questions that you would like answers to related to medical control, my only ask would be is maybe post that on Boardable or something to see if there are others that other people would like to answer, because if we are going to ask legal to dive into it, it is easier to answer multiple questions related to the topic at once rather than while they're looking at it and providing an assessment than 5, and then all of a sudden we come back with 5 more or something of that nature.
So I'll place those under the discussion section on Boardable, and basically we'll reiterate what I mentioned here so that the public can be aware, because they can read our minutes and watch the tape. So thank you for the opportunity to present that first question. So now I have another one.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Kugler. Go. Number 2.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman and members of the SEMAC, my question for this body is, when a region passes a quality issue up the chain to the Bureau, is it a reasonable expectation that the region making the request be updated on the status of that request or investigation that were sent to the Bureau in a timely manner? And what defines a timely manner? And I ask this because even though the regions are authorized to issue provider patient care restrictions as stipulated in DOH Bureau of EMS Policy 14-01, and the quality is codified in New York State Article 30, Section 3006, the Section 3006 only describes quality at the agency level. And so that my question is, what is an expected time frame to hear back from the Bureau with regards to getting an answer for a quality investigation that was pushed up to them?
I know you're probably not going to love this answer, but it varies. And part of the reason that varies is because of the process and the due process that, Jason, feel free to chime in here to explain. Not only is it the investigation on our side, but once the investigation comes to us and the recommendation is made, then it goes up and goes through the adjudication process. And that process, like what we see in many of the court systems, which is, overseen by an administrative law judge, could take weeks or could take months, is prioritized on what's coming in and what's going out, and has a lot of variables that go to it. In regards to can the region know the final outcome of many things, I think in many cases the region does know the outcomes of many things. In many regions, you're reading at your REMAC or your REMSCO, this provider, got this provider got that. That's, our pathway to make notification. If there's a different pathway that you think needs to be made for specific complaints that come in from a REMAC, we'd be open to hearing what that pathway is.
So the one particular item I bring that provoked this question to this body is an item that's outstanding at the state level for over 8 months. It involves compliance with first response and patient care, advanced life support patient care. And it was a complaint, it comes out of a complaint that was given to the region by another agency's advanced life support provider. Again, we received minimal input and support from that agency that we're querying and then sent up to the state from their medical direction. The only answers we get from their medical directors are the answers that their supervisors, their agency managers have provided to us. So it's sort of this circle of it's a merry-go-round. Every once in a while you see the same answer over and over and over again. That's why we sent it to the state. And again, 8 months I think is quite a long time for a case to remain open. When I submitted a request to the regional investigator, the answer was we can't comment because we're still investigating our findings. I know what the findings are because I found them. I need you to tell me what you're doing about it because I can't, my hands are tied.
And unfortunately, part of that is the due process and how long it takes, in certain steps moving it along. The investigator probably was, advising to the amount of information that they have as well. It sounds like there is an opportunity here to make sure that we stay in contact with the REMAC to possibly, and I can work with legal to find out if we can advise them of where things are in a process, meaning, has an investigation concluded and now it's been passed off to administrative law judge or things like that, that at least would be able to demonstrate to you the progress of things. And sometimes when things are at a certain point that's not moving and it doesn't move because, again, if we even look at our court system, it doesn't always move quickly. But I think that part is important. For our most critical or egregious things, there is a process that is an expedited process that goes immediately to the commissioner and to a different pathway. But that is truly at some of the most egregious things that we deal with.
So I think that 8 months is way too long for not hearing anything back. I don't know if this went to an administrative judge. I don't know if your investigators reviewed the material and said we're investigating, but that was it. The problem with us digging very deep locally is that this is a politically sensitive investigation. So we had to withdraw ourselves so that people can't imply that the investigation was promulgated due to anything other than quality or a violation of state regulations. So I would ask that it's not just that case. I have 6 outstanding cases in Nassau County where I'm getting no data, I'm getting no quality assistance, And so I just wanted to see if there was if you guys had a timeline in your mind about how fast we should move on a case that was on its face egregious and a pure violation of the regulations that are stipulated in Article 30. So, you know, I bring this out into the public so that everybody's aware of the investigations that are ongoing, to seek your awareness and to also let you, to see if anybody else has any other outstanding cases that need to be addressed, and also to please put this on your radar to have more of an attention focused on it so it could be mitigated in a more timely fashion.
I appreciate you bringing it up and to the forefront. I think there's an opportunity here, again, for us to keep particularly the complaints that come in, and complaints come in from all different angles, right? So we'll get complaints from other providers, we'll get complaints from REMACs or REMSCOs, we'll get complaints from a hospital system, fill in the blank. I think there's an opportunity here for us to work with legal to figure out, where, at what point can we make different notifications to you so at least you see the process to move, that things move on. And reality is I also think you have the opportunity to look at, on our website, we post many of the things that are there. You can see when incidents, I believe you can see when incidents occur, and you can see kind of when things are posted, so that, where the timelines are on some of the things that occur.
But so let's take regional quality out of this, let's take the REMAC out of this, and I'm a customer buying a widget, and I contact a company and I say, what's the status? They'll send you emails saying, here's the update. Here, we're the customer in this case of the state, and I'm asking for status updates, and I'm getting nothing. At this point, then you go to the Better Business Bureau and you say, this company is ignoring my requests, here's the chain of emails, they've charged my money, and I'm not getting anything back in return. And then the Better Business Bureau or whatever regulatory body will start investigating. And that's the reason why I think we need to keep pushing. We need to get things resolved. When quality is broached by a provider or an agency or a region, patients' lives are at stake, and patient care and welfare are potentially impacted. We need to make sure that this doesn't become, instead of a smoldering fire, just an over wildfire that's uncontrollable. And in order to do that, we need to stop it right away. By allowing something to smolder for 8 months and then allow these other things to go on is empowering one particular agency to continue with their malfeasance in a way that is disruptive to improving regional quality and patient care. And I think having the State Bureau, your resources, if you're willing to apply them, or the State Attorney General to obtain that data for us so we could do our own local investigation in a more expeditious fashion would be very helpful for us in our region in Nassau County. Thank you.
Thanks. I look forward to working together even more.
I would note, too, that there's a strong difference between a widget and professional negligence, and council can comment on this, but, I think there's a tendency across the state with Child Protective, with OPMC, to weaponize the government, and so there needs to be due process. And does OPMC respond to people who make complaints?
Say your name.
No, yeah, this is Jason Riegert. I'm an attorney with the Department of Health. So I can tell you that essentially we almost never give out any update on any active investigation, regardless of who the complainant is. So the just standard course would be to let our internal investigation play out, all of the due process, the challenges that they have, and then when there's a final determination, that's when we would let you know.
So I would counter that with, we reached out to the agency to see if they've heard anything back from the state. And what they said is, yes. So we said, what did you hear? We're not telling you. Speak to the state. And we reached out to the state, and the state said, we're not telling you. It's under investigation. So something was done. Something was concluded. And the body that precipitated the investigation and brought it up to the level of the state for their attention and investigation is not receiving any information back. So we can't provide that information back, and we can't make any corrective measures. We can't learn and grow as a region until we find out what happened.
Well, thank you, Dr. Kugler. Hopefully, this will get resolved for you.
Dr. Doyle, I know I'm not a member of the committee, but can I back clean up for the Nassau region? Sure. So, purposeful comedic pause there. Thanks for playing. So, I know it's uncomfortable to have these conversations, but just for clarity, we bring this before SEMAC in conversations and at the urging of the Bureau, hoping that this can spark a much larger conversation. The full acknowledgement is medical control is and needs to be dramatically different because we all come from different backgrounds and different necessities. So I would respectfully suggest to this body, which in conjunction with Med Standards and SEMSCO continues to have these conversations about medical direction, quality, credentialing, and the like, as again, EMS goes through a growth spurt and we try and find our own way in the world. The question is what we've been doing working? If so, does the law actually say we should be doing that? If not, we'll change the law. If it is working, should we put that out as a best practice? And that's what I think, not to speak for the Bureau, but I hope the intent was about bringing this out here for public discussion rather than, just dealing with it behind closed doors. Because we have had asks, and the initial ask to the Bureau was, we're trying to play nice within the constraints of everything here. It was actually the Bureau that said, I think you should bring this up at SEMSCO and SEMAC. So we come before you for that reason as a partner to the Bureau to try and spark the conversation and keep this going as far as, from what I'm hearing, and again, not to interpret anybody, but my interpretation of what I'm hearing is there seems to be an understood consensus that the REMAC does play a role in medical oversight of medical control. And if I'm misinterpreting that, I think now's the time to say that.
So I think that's my understanding, right? That a region is responsible for an overall medical control plan, right? An ALS plan, and that the region does determine who has met the qualifications to provide medical control or not. And I believe the region even has the ability to remove those privileges to provide medical control if they're not complying with the regional medical control plan. This is not the same, and as far as I know, as an individual provider and whether their credentials can be removed or not.
Thank you for separating out the individual provider. And Dr. Walters, it sounds like in your region, that is part of what your policy is that there's requirements to provide that medical control in order to be one of those physicians?
That's correct. And I believe, I'm just trying to find it real quick, in Article 30, I believe it gives the REMAC the authority, right, to approve online medical control. Okay.
Very, very clearly. And that is the opportunity too. And this is one of those, and I think it was Dr. Berkowitz that says, maybe we don't need more regs, but there are benefits to regulations too, particularly ones that are driven by a group like this that's identified certain standards and in certain cases certain minimums. So it's not saying you're trying to set the sky, you're trying to set the minimum. If everybody here turns and says the minimum is 90% of the time all your medical controls should be recorded because there are 10% of the time, certain circumstances or something happens or fill in the blank, I don't know. Those are opportunities, and I'd have to go back and look at statute to see what the opportunity there is to, possibly set some basic or, limited maybe medical control things. Also recognizing that, again, times are changing. We are seeing larger and larger EMS systems that cover broader EMS areas that may centralize their medical control in order to best meet their operational needs. And how does that incorporate into things, and how do you make sure that those needs are met as well? so that, a paramedic in their time when they need that medical control assistance isn't trying to figure out, where am I standing? Who do I call? What's my process? And kind of those going from that. I mean, even in New York City, it varies to a certain extent based on who you're working for, based on who you'll call. And so the protocols of what they're going to follow remain the same, but the pathways sometimes are different.
Well, just clarification for that. So we do have a centralized online medical control for the Safer 911 system. However, the region does approve of their online medical control. We're extremely well in New York City. So if there's an issue, there's just forms that have to be filled out. We exchange those recordings and participate in the QA process for the region. So.
And I guess I would assume in most regions, right, if REMAC is approving online medical control systems, physicians, hospitals, however it works in your system, and or agency medical directors, right, there's a set of standards in your region that you say we will follow by these policies. You have a defined policy that says we will participate in QA, we will share information, we will do all these things. If you have that defined in your policy and you're approving these physicians or hospitals to give online medical control and they're not meeting what they have agreed to, then it seems that the REMAC could remove their ability to provide that online medical control or agency medical direction.
But I just want to make it clear, I think that this is, in the end, it comes down to setting the standards. That is what the REMAC is doing. So the standards need to be discrete, understandable, clear, and not capricious. And I think that is our responsibility to make sure that these standards meet that bar.
And I think, Dr. Isaacs has really described part of that, right? So he described that there's a central medical control in New York City, and then there's opportunities for others to do it, permitting you meet similar standards.
I know those standards for New York City medical control very well, and it's not a problem. And it's a very easy system that I have new doctors that come on board, and they know how to do it. It works well. It's actually a great example of what it means to have a standard that everyone knows how to achieve that standard.
And I think, really what it also outlines is there's mutual expectations. There's expectations of this, if this is what you're going to provide and you're going to do it yourself, this is what you're going to meet, and this is what you're going to provide, including, participation in that quality assurance.
Dr. Kruger, did you want to bring up a motion to this body or just a discussion as we had today?
I was bringing it up for discussion
Okay.
and awareness and for guidance. I don't have any particular motion to bring up.
Okay.
Don, did you?
Is there an ask going forward? Is there is it a, I hate to say it, but a technical advisory group or something that's coming up with something? Do you want to wait till we get you back some of the questions to your answers?
I think that would be most prudent to hear what you have in terms of follow-up, and then maybe we, at the December meeting, if the results aren't as one would expect, then we could move forward with a proposal for a motion to do something.
So I think the other thing to, think of the future, and it won't solve all your problems, but it may solve some of it. But, as a reminder, there's statute, then there's a regulation, normally goes further into detail from what the statute says. And then there's policy that further explains, different things that are within that statute. And so this could be, I don't want to say as simple, but step one could be, working with you for the Bureau to come out with a policy statement that discusses some of these points and points to either the statute or regulation that directly correlates to it.
So just to close on this, I think the ask then is that you grant our meeting request for our SEMSCO and REMAC leadership to meet with the Bureau and your Bureau of Legal Affairs about this.
So granted.
Any other discussion? Dr. Cooper?
Our quality improvement process grants REMACs the authority to ask questions, but it does not grant them authority to insist on answers. And that is the fundamental flaw in the system. An entity that chooses not to provide information when it is asked to do so, the REMAC has no ability to compel that information to be provided. That has been a problem ever since the system was established. In the main, it relies on the goodwill of all the participants involved wanting to make the system better. But on occasion, there are reasons why a particular party may wish not to share information. Then something has to be done. So I would only ask that the department take a look at this, because this is a recurring problem that comes up from time to time over the years, and it's something that I think all of us would benefit from understanding in terms of what the parameters really are, and where a REMAC should turn for help when necessary, so on. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Mike?
Yeah, I think I would echo that by saying that the department has vetted members of the SEMAC from each region. The regional EMS medical directors are generally elected by their peers, and physicians are well aware of the need for confidentiality and maintaining that as part of an investigatory process. The problem becomes the black hole when there's no information returning. But conversations that are confidential, demonstrating that indeed progress is being made on resolving these issues, would go a long way, I think, for making regions more comfortable through this process.
Any other discussion? Okay, one other item to bring up, and this is from myself. EMS wait times. I know all of us here are probably on both sides of the aisle because we work at the hospitals where there are significant wait times. But here today, we're representing EMS. It's been well over a year and a half where we've had this discussion about crews basically being stranded at hospitals for hours at a time, which is wreaking havoc on systems that don't have rigs to go out to answer calls and have to go to mutual aid. And sometimes the mutual aid agencies are also stuck at the hospital, not being able to move. It also disturbs transferring people from critical access hospitals, where the ambulance that would be doing the transfer is also stuck at a tertiary care center and can't leave. I would make the suggestion that we strongly recommend to the department and to the commissioner that they look seriously into the problem and see what can be done. I know there has been some movement by DOH locally. I cannot say whether that's occurred elsewhere in the state, but I would ask that someone make a motion that the DOH look into ambulance wait times and perhaps work with the hospitals to resolve this issue, because everything we've done to this point has basically gone nowhere, I hate to say, but. So any discussion on that point? Anybody want to make that motion?
Dr. Doynow, I'm not a motion-making member, but I do have a comment. We had a really excellent dialogue with the Public Health and Planning Council a little more than a year ago. Representatives of the SEMAC and the SEMSCO presented information. The Department of Health presented information, and I believe this was referred to their planning committee headed by Dr. Ruggie. Maybe if someone wants to make a motion, or if we just want to make the suggestion that it's time for us to, again, go back and visit with our partner body within the Department of Health, because that council advises the executive on issues related to hospitals. We advise the executive, us and the SEMSCO, on issues related to EMS. There was some enthusiasm at the Public Health and Planning Council for working on solutions to this problem. And perhaps we sort of have lost track of that dialogue back and forth. And renewing that would be a way to, number one, bring this issue back into the spotlight. Number two, review what they have done. And three, work together with them to move forward on this issue.
Would that be agreeable to other members of the committee? Okay, Steve, so can I charge you with that?
Well, I think we have to ask the director to help bridge. I mean, the way it happened last time is I believe the Bureau of EMS within the Department of Health facilitated bringing the parties together. I would certainly be willing to, as a representative of SEMAC and SEMSCO, to engage in that dialogue, but we should include others. It shouldn't just be a one-person group.
We're happy to facilitate those conversations again. We have seen an increase in offload delays in several different regions. We very much appreciate all the EMS crews who have been filling out the offload delays and providing that information. It has been extremely valuable for us. Often it's not information that we would see on a PCR. We can pull from a PCR to say, yeah, they took this long to get offloaded or things like that. But just that brief additional information that's on those reports is extremely helpful. If anybody's wondering where they can find it, it's on the EMS forms page. If anybody would like the poster that has a QR code directly to it, we're happy to provide that too. That is in many of the EMS crew rooms, I guess you would call it, in ERs and things like that. So if they do want to provide that information, and again, it is looked at. I have caught a couple of EMS providers off guard because they do come directly to my email at times, and so at 10 o'clock at night, I will call them back almost immediately to find out more information. So don't be surprised if you get a phone call from myself or from Surge Operations Center just looking for some additional information for it, so that we can try and address it. So happy to work with you on that one, Steve.
And since I've been voluntold, but I stepped right in it, so. I do think that one of the things that was really valuable in the conversation between the Public Health Planning Council and the EMS community was the data brought by the Department of Health. Because we here have anecdotal stories, like what happened in my hospital last week or what my EMS providers reported to me. I did a deep dive in the data for my agency, and I saw exactly where we were. And I saw, very big difference between, say, 2022 and 2023, and I bet you if I went in there, I'd see a difference in 2024. At my particular agency, the number of instances of this has been decreasing, even though the length of the ones where we have delays are still, the number of times we've had delay of drop-offs has dropped by 50%, which I consider to be progress. That doesn't help the paramedic that still is stuck for 2.5 hours, right? He's or she are still pissed off when they get back from their call. But I imagine that part of this would be asking the Bureau, what new data do you have since the last time we met? Is it worse? Is it better? Is it regional? I'm hearing anecdotally that there are certain regions of the state where this is worse than others. And I think that that's worthy, of looking at too.
It's definitely partial. It definitely has regional, certain regions are worse than others, without question. One of the newer things that we're also dealing with now is it's not only for emergencies coming into an ER, but transfers going from one hospital to another. So they transfer them to one hospital to another, and then that transfer patient is sitting for 2 or 3 hours out in the ambulance waiting to get into the hospital that they've been accepted to. So it's multifaceted, and I think that's probably a little bit different than what we saw back in that first look.
Thank you, Ryan. Jason?
Yeah, thank you. I know we're getting near the end of the time, but I did want to inquire where we were with our credentialing working group. We were meeting quite regularly up until mid-May, early June, and then the meetings stopped. So we need to get back to work. Credentialing is critically important.
Thank you. Hopefully those members will get in touch with you. Okay, we'll leave the EMS wait times and see what happens, and we'll discuss it at the next meeting. Anything else before we close? Mike?
So one thing that's being promulgated through the department, particularly the Office of Drug User Health, as well as through a group called Overdose Response Strategies, which is a combination of the Office of National Drug Control Policy and the CDC Foundation, is leave behind naloxone being moved to law enforcement as well as to EMS and fire. If you think about it, law enforcement has an opportunity to interact with the drug-using community that goes well beyond anything that EMS will have the exposure to. So if law enforcement is in a house, they happen to recognize that there is evidence of drug use in that house, or somebody discloses that to them, but the drug use is not raised to the level of criminality, those law enforcement officers will be given the opportunity to do leave behind naloxone, very similar to the way we are doing it with EMS. That's being pushed forward. I bring it to this group so that our program agencies can be aware in particular, and our EMS agencies, that law enforcement may ask to partner with you to be their supplier, if you will, of naloxone, and to assist them in developing cards that would be included in a leave behind program that would then bring local resources to people that use drugs and may be in potential trouble in each of the regions of our state. Each one of these regions is going to be different and have different opportunities for people to get help. But this is a great opportunity that hopefully will save some lives and give people a chance that they otherwise might not have. Thanks.
Mike, thanks for all your help that you've done with naloxone over the years. You've really done a lot. Okay, if nobody has anything else,
Put the
we
link
will.
to that on Boardable?
When it's available.
Okay.
Absolutely.
No, if there's nothing else, we'll close the meeting. Can I have a motion to close? Dr. Cooper, second. All in favor? You know, we never did.
I'm going to call the September 18th, 2024 meeting of the State Emergency Medical Services Council to order. If everyone would rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and then remain standing. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. On this solemn 23rd year anniversary, we join in commemorating the selfless courage of those who responded on September 11, 2001 to the attack on America. Our emergency service brothers and sisters who made the ultimate sacrifice that day, and the many others who succumbed to related illnesses since then, will forever be in our hearts, minds, and prayers. Let's give them a moment of silence. Thank you. We could have roll call.
Steve Cady. Scott Clark.
Here.
Dr. Krupe.
Here.
Mark Devers.
Present.
Sally Dreslin.
Present.
Donald Duval.
Here.
Michelle Fornes.
Mickey Fornes here.
Carl Gandolfo.
Carl Gandolfo, present.
Gregory Gill.
Greg Gill, present.
Jason Haig. Teresa Hamilton.
Sorry. Jeremy Harris for Jason Haig.
Donald Hudson.
Hudson, present.
Dr. Isaacs.
Present.
Al Kim.
Al Kim, present.
Steve Kroll.
Kroll.
Andrew Knoll.
Andrew Knoll, present.
Jared Cutzon. Alan Lewis. William Michael Masterton.
William Aston, present.
Mike McAvoy.
McAvoy here.
Elizabeth McGowan.
Elizabeth McGowan, present.
Marianne Portoro. Dr. Raybridge.
Raybridge, present.
Dr. Redlener.
Redlener, present.
David Simmons.
Simmons present.
Carla Simpson.
Carla Simpson, present.
Christopher Smith. Chad Smith.
Present.
Samuel Tonelli. David Violante.
Violante present.
We have quorum.
Thank you. Well, welcome to Saratoga County. As the County EMS Coordinator, I'm very happy you are all here. And one of my favorite places to be, where EMS is really treated as an essential service. Every one of our ambulance services in this county receives tax dollars and municipal funding to conduct themselves. And if you happen to get hurt, you are also in the city of Saratoga, in an era where the fire service is sometimes poo-pooed for their attitude towards EMS. We have not only a top-notch career fire department, but also the award winners this year of the EMS Agency of the Year in Saratoga County. They hold a CARES resuscitation rate and survival to discharge rate, which is not only the highest in the county, the highest in the state amongst other agencies, but one of the highest in the country. So you're in good hands if you get hurt or you fall down in this meeting. Our first item of business is to accept the minutes from the May 8th, 2024 meeting. Does anyone have any discussion about those minutes? Or I guess we'll first need a motion to accept them.
I would like to make a motion to accept the minutes. Elizabeth McGowan.
David Simmons, second.
Any discussion on them? All in favor of approving them, please raise your hands. Any opposed, same sign. And any abstentions? Carries unanimously. Thank you. I have two items of correspondence, one of which you saw, which was a letter from the New York Association of Fire Districts asking if John Manzi could come to speak to us at the meeting today. We did put him on the agenda. He did call me yesterday and say that he has conflicts with other meetings, so he will likely come to address us in December. And he wanted to speak to us about the sunset of the EMTCC. The second item of correspondence I threw up on Boardable, I think Monday, and that was a letter, joint letter from both Onion and NYSVARA, the United New York Ambulance Association and the New York State Volunteer Ambulance and Rescue Association, talking about a definition of EMS. With those organizations and with the Innovation Committee, we yesterday had some additional discussion about that definition, and so we'll talk about it a little bit later in the meeting. And those were the two items of correspondence that I had. For Chairman's report, I guess the good news is somewhere around an hour and a half ago, the governor signed the TIP and TAD bill, which will allow us under Medicaid to bill for treatment in place and transport to alternate destinations once it goes into effect. It requires the submission of a state plan amendment, or a SPA, as Rich would call it, with the feds in order to get it approved. She also signed the law that allows ground services to administer blood. And so both of those things are big accomplishments for this group and for EMS in New York State. So kudos to the governor, kudos to all the legislators, and to all of you who work so hard to get that done. Do we have a report from the first vice chair?
Good afternoon, everybody. We are continuing our work on the introduction/welcome to State Council document. That work is ongoing. Please reach out to us if you have any items that you would like us to address in this document, including I never knew, or how do you do this, or why is that way? Please reach out. We're happy to include that. Thank you very much. End of report.
Thank you. Second vice chair.
I have no report.
Thank you. We'll give you something to do later. That's coming. The state director, would you like to give your report?
Sure. Thank you, everyone. All right, sorry, I didn't expect both of them to not have a report.
Okay, time's
All right.
up.
Should have gone with that. You were close. So a couple things going on in the operations side. On the Eastern Branch, they are up to full service inspections is starting again. So you've probably been through your 2-year cycle. You're starting to see that again. You'll see some new processes as well with the full service inspections, as well as a pre-site inspection or survey to fill out prior to. That survey is really to help foster some conversations and us to be able to give you some additional feedback and guidance on things for the future. So please fill that out prior to your district chief showing up for your full service inspection. In regards to just some things that we're seeing a number of expired drugs on trucks, expired equipment, tanks that are expired, and particularly please take a look at your Part 80 processes and systems that are in place. If you're not sure, if you're a new narcotics agent, for your agency and you need help, call us before we come for your full service inspection and say, I have questions. We are happy to answer the questions for you. We're happy to link you with people from Bureau of Narcotics Enforcement if that's needed. But we have seen a number of things coming in as we're doing our full service inspections that if you just ask ahead of time, we're happy to help, and we're there to help with that. So please do. You'll see some new staff in a number of different areas. You'll also see a number of staff moving around, taking some different positions. We have some promotions coming up that we're excited about that you'll probably hear in the next couple of weeks. So be ready for that one. We'll be sharing those out with the program agencies, and the program agencies hopefully will be sharing it out with each of the REMSCOs and the regional staff. In the administration arm, we are happy to report that we are in there are several RFPs that are going on. One for the counties where there's funding going on to counties, 10 counties up to $500,000. That's in the RFP process, as well as our licensure platforms. The current system that we have is a little dated. It's done us well for a really long time, but a lot of things that you asked for, such as the ability to log in and see when you expire or print your own card or things of that nature, just isn't possible on our current system. So we're in an RFP process for what that will look like in the future and what our new software will be. In the world of data and informatics, we're very happy to have a new data fellow who's starting with us, who is attended SUNY Genesee and got her master's from SUNY Albany, so we're excited to see her. You'll hear her name coming up more in the future. 3.5, about 95% of our agencies are up, operational, and doing well. There is a little bit of some hiccups on a couple of them. We're working with them right now to get them fully through the process, and more to come on that. We do have some, there is a planning on a January 2025 release for some updates and some things in the schematron and some information. More information to that is coming as we move forward that will help us covering some other information that needs to be updated. Also on our data team, they'll be hosting quarterly NEMSIS and image trend training sessions for the ability, again, maybe you have somebody new in your department, maybe somebody up and coming who wants to know more about the information. We actually had some great discussions over the past 2 days related to data and even just using the data that you have today. We had ESO and Image Trend here yesterday. We're going to work with them to get some one-pagers to be able to get some reporting down to the agency level. So with the information that you have today, we have some long-term goals for some specific analysis software such as biospatial get into the agencies, but as step one, we're going to help you get some of the quality metrics and things that our quality group is working on within your own PCR platforms. Just a reminder too, your program agencies are a great first resource, so if you do have questions and things, they are there to help you in fostering some of the reporting and how best to use your data or get your data out of there. In the world of trauma, thank you very much. In the world of trauma, the State Trauma Advisory Council will be meeting October 30th. That will be our next meeting. The information for that, for anybody who would like to attend, is on our website. We have been seeing a number of ACS inspections going on, so that's normal for them. That's how they become verified and things like that. We are watching how our trauma hospitals are doing, noticing any areas that are opportunities for improvement, both as a system and locally, and so we're working with that one. So if you do have any questions on the trauma world, I ask you, please feel free to bring them to me or Dan Clayton at any time. For EMS for Children, thank you for everybody who filled out the survey. We had about a 25% response rate nationally. The states on average were about a 46% rate. However, if we look at number of agencies that respond, we exceed most states. So we had just about 250 agencies respond to the survey. We're very happy with that. That's about where we come in. It's a little bit lower than we have in the past, but this survey is a new survey. It was a little bit longer. So thank you for everyone who participated in that one, helping our EMS for Children program. Many of you know that Amy Eisenhower has taken a new role. She is now our Vital Signs Coordinator, which is now leaving our EMS for Children Program Coordinator spot open. And so probably by October 1st, you'll see that posting come up on Health Research Incorporated. That is our grant arm of the Department of Health. We encourage anybody who thinks they might want to come work for the department and enjoy the EMS for Children program and the initiatives that they're doing to look and to apply if it's in something that they're interested in. For the Vital Signs Conference coming up, particularly on the PEDS side, we have a number of different PEDS programs and initiatives, so please take a look at our Vital Signs website. We have a half-day OB assessment pre-con, we have a PEDS triage pre-con, we have an EMS educator kind of component on PEDS side, so please take a look at that. We'd be really excited to see you there. On Vital Signs is a big picture. It's October 16th to the 20th in Rochester, New York. We're very excited to be there. We got a lot of great things planned, both on the educational side, on the pre-con side, on the networking side, and even the evening events. So please come join us. We're really excited. We released about a week ago a free leadership pre-con, and it filled up so quickly that we had to open it up or get additional instructors to be able to raise that number up. So we're excited to take the 2-day leadership class, which is really available to go anywhere in the state. We're teaching it at Vital Signs, but it's available to go anywhere, and it filled up so quickly that we had to add more, so we're excited to have that going on there. In addition, this year, new for this year, is we have a special operations and rescue track. We've had a lot of great feedback from past years on Vital Signs and what can we do that's new, what can we do that's different. And a lot of agencies have said, well, we do EMS, but we're a fire department, and we also do fire operations, or we do EMS, but we also do rescue. Can you have a track that also allows us to have some variety in the education that we receive? And so we branched out this year, and so thank you to Dr. Isaacs and from FDNY and special operations side, and as well as Austin Travis County, who will be joining us this year to help on that track and bring some great courses and some great pre-cons with the Rochester Fire Department. And then, of course, our EMS awards will happen at Vital Signs this year. So at Vital Signs this year, the award winners on Saturday will be the SEMSCO award winners, and on Sunday are the Innovation Award winners. And so the EMS award winners for this year, the ALS Provider of the Year is Nathan Peters. The BLS Provider of the Year is Kyle Maxwell. The EMS Communications Specialist of the Year is Charles Vital. The EMS Educator of the Year is Amy Nispansky. The EMS Agency of the Year is Northwell Health Center for EMS. The Harriet Weber Leadership Award is Mark Philippi. The Registered Professional Nurse of Excellence is James Moore. Our Physician of Excellence is Dr. Maya Dorset. Our Excellence in EMS Quality and Safety is Michael Prezano. Our Youth Provider of the Year is Shalom Halberstein. And on our Innovation Awards, which is really an amazing, we had over 50 applications this year, almost double than what we had for last year for innovation. So we really have some great innovation happening around the state, and thank you for everybody who submitted. Our clinical delivery innovation is Harper's Ferry Volunteer Ambulance Service, which is the Binghamton University Collegiate EMS Agency. Our education innovation is Mentor Ambulance, Scott Clark for his CME program. Our organizational innovation is Varna Volunteer Fire Company. Our recruitment and retention innovation is Southern Tier Healthcare System, which is our program agency in the Southern Tier. So thank you to all the award winners. Teresa, could we bring up the picture? So tomorrow is a really special day. It's our EMS Memorial, but this year even more special. Unfortunately, last year our tree really filled up. And so this has been a planning process for the past 2 years to create the next chapter of what our state EMS Memorial looks like. And thank you to the SEMSCO members who participated in that committee to help design and bring this to fruition, to bring, our former memorial and this memorial, tie them together. What you can't see here too much is on either side are engraved names. And so there's 117 names on either side that have been engraved. Those were in the tree prior to. The new ones this year are in the trees, so that there are 8 names that are on the trees, Stars of Life this year. And then we'll go to the sides after. So this was, again, over 2 years in the making. A giant shout out to our SEMSCO members as well as OGS for helping us in making this possible and make the memorial site look so special. That is tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. There are 8 honorees who will be going on the wall, and we look forward to hopefully seeing many of you there. In the world of regulations, we have a lot going on. And so I think Chairman McAvoy had mentioned we have 2 statutory changes that happened today, literally a couple hours ago, TIP and TAD, as well as the blood regulations, including ground, super exciting. And on a regulatory side of things, and just to give you an idea, again, regulations haven't been changed prior to this past June in almost 20 years. There's been no significant change. We now have 7 different packets of regulations that are either just completed or in the works. So our education regulations completed and are published on June 6th. Those are out. There's a number of policies on our website that give additional guidance on it. Our vehicle and equipment standards were just out for public comment. Based on the public comment that's come back, we're definitely going to need to not definitely, but most likely will be out for public comment again. So just to give you a timeline on that one, you'll probably see that go back out for public comment around November. It'll be out for November and December, and then hopefully circle back here for the February meeting for a final vote and approval. The ambulance build regulations, you'll probably see come out in a similar time period. This will be the first time that they'll be going out. The blood regulations, we're working right now. We took the tag from here, the materials that was put together. We're working with Wadsworth on that one and turning it into legalese with our legal department. Thank you for all your help on that one. Under the performance standards, there's two sets of regulations happening right now, the systems ones and the quality ones that Gina is doing an amazing job at working at putting those together and drafting those into the legalese that needs to be. And then community paramedicine. So we have a working group, an advisory group that's being vetted right now for that. We will take this packet of information, pass this off to them for their feedback, comments, and insight, and then move forward on that one. So lots will be coming towards you, lots of opportunity for public comment, and we encourage you all to participate in that and to provide your feedback. 3 policies that are up right now, literally just went up today, 2406, which is related to certification, 2407, which is related to the ALS provider PSC, which has now changed, and 2408, which is the education regulation change log. It's an easy way to see what was actually changed in the education standards, opposed to trying to look at the regs and saying, well, what did it say before and what does it say now? And last, and I know he has left, but I just want to say it again, and for those of you who may not have been on for SEMAC, today was the Dr. Cushman, who is a member, who's been a member of SEMAC for the past 15 years. He joined in 2009. He's been a critical component of EMS in the statewide, and the collaborative protocols. This was his last SEMAC meeting. As its next meeting, it will turn to Dr. Dorsett. And I just wanted to say thank you very much to Dr. Cushman for all his years of service, to State Council, to collaborative protocols, and to all the work that he's done. So thank you, Dr. Cushman. And then last I will leave you with, I just want to say thank you. The last 2 days have been just really amazing to watch how much is going on, to see the movement, to hear the conversations, to see what's happening in the Innovation Committee and the research that's happening, the Quality Committee, which really are 2 committees that are only a couple of years old, to see different pathways being taken, even in our systems and our safeties committee, our safety committee doing tabletops and things like that that have never been done here before. And so I just want to applaud this entire team for the work that you're doing and how much is actually getting produced and done. And thank you on behalf of the department and the Bureau and the EMS community. That's all I have. Thanks so much.
Question for the director?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Great report, lots going on. I'd like to go back to these county permits or grants that can be requested. Is the purpose of these grants to augment the agencies out there that have been providing service for 50 or 60 years, or to replace them?
The purpose of the grant is for any county to based on the criteria that was put out with the RFPs, to essentially put in, which they already have, to help improve or increase sustainability of their EMS system. That I think is a wide variety of what a county can choose to do with it in order to achieve that.
Yeah. Well, to simply replace existing services is meaningless to all of us, and to force people out by hiring their employees is also not helpful at a time when we're Rich Brandt said we're up to 10,000 paramedics and EMTs short. I'm really concerned the timing of this can really make this situation a lot worse. So I would hope there's encouragement for these new agencies to help stabilize and maintain going forward. And I would hope the Bureau would suggest they do that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions for the director? And he does make a point. Each one of these committees that you're going to hear from today meets at minimum monthly, and they're doing a lot of work behind the scenes, a lot of work in between meetings, and it's hard for me as the chair to keep up with all of them because they're so busy. So I will go to Dr. Doy now for the SEMAC report, and he had a quorum because he suddenly has 3 new vetted members.
So, CMAC, yes, we seem to have a lot of vetted members. We have Dr. Shea, Dr. Seth, Dr. Halloran, are new members who were vetted as of today. Dr. Dorsett will be vetted as of tomorrow, and then we have a few others that will be vetted shortly. So hopefully quorums will not be an issue in the near future. As Ryan mentioned, unfortunately, Jeremy Cushman, last meeting was today. We'll miss him. Let's see what else we had. There was a good presentation on iGel, and there'll be a second motion shortly on that. Dr. Kruger had questions on who can provide medical control and who under what statute that is regulated. That's an ongoing discussion. We also had a quick discussion on EMS wait times. And fortunately, Steve Kroll volunteered to help with that with the with the Bureau. So that will be a ongoing issue that we will discuss again in December. I'll turn it over to Dr. Raybridge for the moment for the 3-seconded motions from CMAC.
Thank you. So med standards and sent to CMAC and comes forward as a seconded motion to approve the austere medical guidelines for the Rangers. So that comes forward as a second motion for those protocols to be approved, to be used only, just so people are clear, it's only for the environmental conservation Rangers to use this protocol that have been appropriately trained.
So that comes forward as a seconded motion from medical standards through CMAC. And any discussion on those? Anyone unclear what they are? All right. If there is no discussion, then we can have a roll call vote.
Scott Clark.
Scott Clark, yes.
Dr. Krupe.
Dr. Krupe, yes.
Mark Devers.
Yes.
Sally Dreslin.
Abstain.
Don Duval.
Yes.
Mickey Fornes.
Mickey Fornes, yes.
Carl Gandolfo.
Carl Gandolfo, yes.
Gregory Gill.
Gill, yes.
Teresa Hamilton.
Teresa Hamilton, yes.
Don Hudson.
Hudson, yes.
Dr. Isaacs.
Isaacs, yes.
Al Kim.
Al Kim, yes.
Steve Kroll.
Kroll, yes.
Andrew Knoll.
Knoll, yes.
Al Lewis.
Al Lewis, yes.
Mike Masterton.
Mike Baston, yes.
Mike McAvoy.
McAvoy, yes.
Elizabeth McGowan.
McGowan, yes.
Dr. Rebrich.
Raybridge, yes.
Dr. Redlener.
Redlener, yes.
David Simmons.
Simmons, yes.
Carla Simpson.
Simpson, yes.
Chad Smith.
Chad Smith, yes.
And David Violante.
Violante, yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
All right, the next seconded motion that came forward was for the New York City Rescue Medic Protocols. This also is a specialized protocol only to be used by appropriate personnel that are trained and members of the rescue paramedics. This came forwarded as a seconded motion for Med Standards and through CMAC as well.
You had some discussion.
Yes, so there was this, so it was a late addition. There was some discussion that this was approved by the New York City REMAC earlier this month and was sent up on the 6th to the Bureau and to the chair for addition. It was a late addition. It came up as new business during the Med Standards meeting and was approved by Med Standards and CMAC under, outside of the usual pathway.
Okay. Any discussion on these protocols?
Yeah, I was part of the Medical Standards Committee meeting and interested in the discussion. And I note that you mentioned a couple of times an irregular pathway. And I also remember from medical standards discussion this morning that there seemed to be no identified compelling interest to push these protocols through outside of a practice that's already been established by SEMAC and SEMSCO. We have a timeline for protocol updates and protocol additions. We have a process for that to happen. And I'm concerned that in this case, that process seems to be just kind of cast aside. And I don't think that's all right. I think if we're going to create policy and we're going to do things a certain way, they need to be done that way. And again, nobody seemed to be able to identify any compelling interest or compelling need to make this happen in the short term rather than on the scheduled timeline.
Mr. Chair, if I may. Teresa Hamilton, I would like to make a motion that we table the New York City Rescue Medic proposed changes at this time, so we have an opportunity to discuss it in full length.
So there's a motion to table this, seconded motion,
I would second it. I would second the motion to table the seconded
and a second
motion.
to the motion to table. So, any discussion on the motion to table?
Mr. Chair, just a point of order, and again, I'm not a parliamentarian nor a lawyer. That's a bunt to you. I think it's a seconded motion. Doesn't that have to be actioned on in some way, shape, and form before another motion can be proposed?
I think the action is tabling it. I think you can move to table
Is that true?
a motion and take action that way without.
There you go. Thanks.
So I'd like to clarify, it did follow the process. The time is not very clear in terms of the actual rules, in terms of the time, but it went through our region, through our protocol committee, medical standards, REMAC, and sent up to here. Again, there are already existing protocols. They're not new protocols. There are edits to it. And in addition, we had to address a population in that protocols, particularly pediatrics specifically, that we did not have prior. So we feel it is important that these protocols go through now that the governor signed the law, and we would like to start our training since our training cycle starts in a couple weeks.
I don't see a barrier to training by tabling the protocol updates or revisions.
Again, these are minor edits. They're not new protocols.
But you just mentioned that you added a pediatric session or section that didn't previously exist.
To an existing protocol, correct.
Right. Why don't we take a motion on the vote to table? All in favor of tabling the motion, raise your hand. I guess we got to count. Keep them up in the air for a minute so we can accurately count here. Yeah, all right. Well, why don't we do a roll call on table?
Roll call vote.
Scott Clark.
Scott Clark, no.
Dr. Krupe.
Krupe, no.
Mark Devers.
Yes.
Sally Dreslin.
Abstain.
Don Duval.
Yes.
Mickey Fornes.
Nikki Fornes, yes.
Carl Gandolfo.
Carl Gandolfo, no.
Gregory Gill. Teresa Hamilton.
Teresa Hamilton, yes.
Donald Hudson.
Hudson, no.
Dr. Isaacs.
Isaacs, no.
Al Kim.
Al Kim, no.
Steve Kroll.
Kroll, no.
Andrew Knoll,
No, yes.
Al Lewis,
No.
Mike Masterton,
William Michael Meston, no.
Mike McAvoy,
I abstain.
Elizabeth McGowan,
Yes.
Dr. Rebrich,
Raybridge, no.
Dr. Redlener,
Redlener, no.
David Simmons,
Simmons, yes.
Carla Simpson,
Simpson, no.
Chad Smith,
Chad Smith, no.
and David Violante.
Violante, yes.
The motion does not pass.
The motion fails. Do we want any other discussion on the original motion? If not, we will take a roll call vote on the original motion to approve the New York City protocols.
Okay, Scott Clark,
Scott Clark, yes.
Dr. Krupe,
Krupe, yes.
Mark Devers,
Yes.
Sally Dreslin,
Abstain.
Don Duval,
No.
Mickey Fornes,
Mickey Fornes, abstain.
Carl Gandolfo,
Carl Gandolfo, yes.
Gregory Gill,
Gill, yes.
Teresa Hamilton,
Hamilton, no.
Don Hudson,
Hudson, yes.
Dr. Isaacs,
Isaacs, yes.
Al Kim,
Al Kim, yes.
Steve Kroll,
Kroll, yes.
Andrew Knoll,
No, yes.
Al Lewis,
Yes.
Mike Masterton,
Masterton, yes.
Mike McAvoy,
I'll abstain.
Elizabeth McGowan,
I'll abstain.
Dr. Rebrich,
Raybridge, yes.
Dr. Redlener,
Redlener, yes.
David Simmons,
Simmons abstain.
Carla Simpson,
Simpson, yes.
Chad Smith,
Chad Smith, yes.
and David Violante.
Violante, yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, motion passes.
One more. So there was an excellent presentation on the iGel project, and there was discussion as to where this should go. So there was a motion that the iGel demonstration project will sunset at such time that additional guidance is provided by the department on the BLS use of their EMT use of the iGel. And just to clarify, people can still participate in the iGel project as part of the demonstration project until that additional guidance is provided, and then the project will sunset.
And it can, but no new participants can enroll.
No, my yes, my
new,
understanding is new
okay.
participants can still enroll under the existing demonstration project until such time as that additional guidance is provided, and then the project will sunset.
Okay. So this comes forward as a seconded motion, essentially to continue the pilot until such time as the Bureau issues a policy statement or guidance to allow EMT use of the iGel. Any discussion?
Just a question, is the goal down the road, my region heavily uses a different supraglottic airway. I know it was chosen for this pilot program. Is that the goal of the policy, is to include all supraglottic airways?
The pilot studied just the iGel, so if they were to use a different brand, that would need another pilot.
So we'd have to put another pilot together for a demonstration of EMTs to use a different supraglottic airway.
That's my understanding. Is
I
that
will
correct,
say-
Doctor?
Well, yes, however, I will say that some of the discussion regarding the collaborative protocol changes at the previous med standards in SEMAC was that it possibly could include all supraglottic moving forward from a protocol point of view, but that's still a discussion item, and I would recommend that people submit that feedback to the collaborative working group for discussion at the December meeting.
Yeah, we have the agencies that participated now carrying 2 supraglottic airways.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the concern. All right. So right now, they can still enroll, still open,
Yep.
still ongoing. Policy will be coming out. We'll have the region reach out to
Which is
include.
specific to the iGel because that is what's being used in the demonstration project.
Thank you.
I'll just make one comment. I'm very supportive of this motion. I do think that in the interim between when, at this point and when the language about the protocol comes, I think we have to be attentive to the quality aspects of this project. So anybody who's newly initiating into this project, they have to go through the same standards that were set out by
Yep,
the initial
that's my
project.
understanding, is that if a new agency wants to participate, they participate under the current conditions of the demonstration project, which includes submitting data and participating in the QI. Is that correct, Mr. Violante?
Absolutely, yes.
Good luck, Mr. Villante.
The Hudson Valley region sends its great gratitude and thanks to everybody involved in this project, from the providers using this to the agencies, to the program agencies and regions, all of the participating groups for the vendors for PCRs, and tremendous thanks to the data informatics team for all of their work and helping with the data and getting this all together and done. So thank you for everybody in their work with this, and of course, for sure, the Med Standards and SEMAC in this as well. We look forward to continuing this, and we also look forward to a very timely process by the state in developing a policy and guidance on this project for us.
Much else from Med Standards, yeah.
Any other discussion on this motion?
Mr. McAvoy, just one point of clarification. Once that policy is released, the iGel will remain a regional opt-in a la if equipped and trained, correct? Not a
Yes.
mandatory
Correct.
for all BLS practitioners.
Yes.
So no unfunded mandates or the like.
It's with the little cross,
Thank you.
equipped
Yep,
and trained.
that's how it's written in the protocols, which
Thank
we will
you.
approve in December.
Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
That's right.
I'm on board.
All right. Why don't we roll call this motion, and then we'll let Dr. Raybridge bring his last item.
Scott Clark,
Clark, yes.
Dr. Krupe,
Dr. Krupe, yes.
Mark Devers,
Yes.
Sally Dreslin,
Abstain.
Don Duval,
Yes.
Mickey Fornes,
Mickey Fornes, yes.
Carl Gandolfo,
Carl Gandolfo, yes.
Gregory Gill,
Gill, yes.
Teresa Hamilton,
Teresa Hamilton, yes.
Don Hudson,
Sure.
Dr. Isaacs,
Isaacs, yes.
Al Kim,
Al Kim, yes.
Steve Kroll,
Kroll, yes.
Andrew Knoll,
Andrew Knoll, yes.
Al Lewis,
Yes.
Mike Masterton,
Mike Maston, yes.
Mike McAvoy,
McAvoy, yes.
Elizabeth McGowan,
McGowan, yes.
Dr. Rebrich,
Raybridge, yes.
Dr. Redlener,
Redlener, yes.
David Simmons,
Simmons, yes.
Carla Simpson,
Simpson, yes.
Chad Smith,
Chad Smith, yes.
and David Violante.
Violante, yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. And thank you very much to Hudson Valley for spearheading that project. This is something that's been done in other states, but I don't think anyone has collected the data that we've collected to support it. So good work.
Thank you. My last item is just a point of personal privilege. As the president of New York ASAP, and on behalf of our board, we award every year the Michael Gutenberg Outstanding Contribution to EMS Award. Previous recipients include Dr. Redlener, Dr. Clemency. This year at our summer meeting, we gave that award to Michael Beninati, and I just wanted to announce that here amongst his colleagues and peers for the great work he's done contributing to EMS.
Thank you, and congratulations.
And that concludes the Met Standards report.
SEMAC, you have more items?
No more CMAC items.
All right. That brings us to education and training. Don Hudson.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. So education and training met. We had one virtual meeting over the summer break, so we'll be intensifying our meetings as we ramp back up. Continued discussions on some open items, including thank you to the Bureau and to the current exam vendor, PSI, for their continued work on dramatically improving the certification and availability of exams for our providers. Thank you for that. And then we do have a second motion that if while I'm talking, we can put that up related to the critical care transport discussion. And as Director Greenberg said, there was some recent policy releases. The predominant one related to education. Well, actually, there's two. There's the education regs as a policy statement, and more importantly, some guidance for our paramedic original programs in conjunction with the National Registry cessation of the PSE, the Practical Skills Exam. We're embracing that in New York State and moving that forward. So those are two policy statements that are up right now on the Bureau website. As far as the discussion for what is the future of the practical skills exams for all the other levels, for refresher, for originals, as well as for CME, that is an ongoing discussion, and we'd like all eyes and ears on that and all voices heard. So if you have suggestions or commentary, please don't hesitate to reach out. To the motion, do you want to read it, or would you like me to?
This is an eyesight thing, so you could read it.
She's a lot closer to her screen than I am to the big screen, but okay.
Oh.
So after discussing the potential implementation of the critical care transport standards / micro-credential, the Training Education Committee moves to send the change back to the SEMSCO, the SEMAC SEMSCO, for the development of a larger group of participants for greater input and coordination of a response. That motion passed committee 9-17.
Any discussion on
That's the
this
date,
motion?
I'm sorry. That motion passed committee on 9/17.
Yeah. Any discussion on this?
Yes. So the impetus behind this is in the MS white paper, there was the discussion specific to a standard for critical care transport training, the guidance documents that would accompany that as a floor, not a ceiling, for those agencies that do interfacility transport. We began the initial work on that, basically compiling what's available out there. The white paper does call for a much grander, broader group involving hospitals and the like. The Training Education Committee obviously isn't on an equal footing with them, nor do we have contacts, hence we're passing it back to the Bureau so that they can work within the greater Department of Health framework to reach out to those partners.
Okay. Dr. Redlener, did you have a comment? Okay. Any other discussion? All right. This is not statutory, so we can move this with a hand vote. All in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed, raise your hand. Any abstentions? So it carries unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's the end of my report. I'll package that together and get it over to you guys at the Bureau. Thank you. If you need any assistance, don't hesitate.
Thank you. Is that the end of the education report?
That is.
Good work. We'll move on to finance with Steve Kroll.
Good afternoon, everyone. No motions coming from finance today. I used up my allotment at the last meeting. We do have some things to report on. First, the report, Where Are the Emergency Responders? Update on the Workforce Shortage 2024 is in final proofreading with the Department of Health Bureau of Production, the production team. Ryan and I reviewed it on Sunday evening, and we apparently have one typo or two typos we have to deal with. That will be resolved probably within the next few days, at which point it will be put out as a PDF and posted on the Bureau's website. We can put it out on Boardable, and I'm going to encourage program agencies and regional councils to spread this widely. We're also going to post the 2019 report, which currently resides mostly on the UB EMS website. So we'll have the two partner reports on EMS workforce shortage on the DOH website. And I'd like to thank the Bureau staff that helped make the charts and the folks in the Department of Health and their production department that helped us pull it together. It's been a journey to get this project done, and we'll be glad to see it. Ryan updated the committee on our spending on training. And essentially, we've been spending more of the budget available for EMS training courses and training functions than in the past, but we still have not spent the entire amount in the last fiscal year. So Ryan updated us on the year of April 2023 through March 2024. When you look at the aid to localities monies for our program agencies and REMSCOs and our training money, we have total in the budget $10.7 million, and we spent about $8.75 million. That puts us at spending about 82% of the available funds. That's an improvement over what we spent the year before. Ryan also updated us on how we're doing in this current fiscal year that started on April 1st, 2024, and runs through March 31, 2025. The spending this year is trending about 25% higher than last year. So we've been asking for more money to be invested in training for a long time, and we're starting to see the fruits of it. Spending our current monies, it's hard to ask for more until you spend what you have. So the Bureau, the Division of EMS is going to have to watch where we are throughout the year. We, of course, don't want to go over, but we're in a good position to use our allocations, which will allow us in subsequent years to request additional monies devoted to EMS education. We also got an update on some of the pilot programs. There's been really limited use of the 5 pilot programs that have been established through Bureau of EMS Policy Statement 23-08B. There were about 8 or 9 academy-style classes over the summer. There will be another round in January. Course sponsors that are interested should be getting in touch with the Bureau of EMS by November with their course application. If you wish to have the Bureau of EMS do marketing for your course, they would like to hear from you by the beginning of October. And so if you are interested in doing an academy-style class, please let Drew Tresney know so they can put you in the marketing. Those are the classes where you'll receive full payment, and the students do not have to pay any tuition whatsoever. That's a good development, and I would like to encourage all of our regional reps and program agencies to make sure that course sponsors in your region know that there is the ability for each course sponsor in the state to host a free of charge to the student EMT class that is fully paid for by the department. We did have a discussion about the difficulty in staffing EMT classes because of the staff, the difficulty in finding instructors, and that because courses are having fewer students, that increases the cost per student. This led to 2 discussions. Number one, we need to keep working towards incremental increases in the amount of reimbursement that go to course sponsors. As you know, it went from $700 to $950 through the work of the Education and Finance subcommittees over the last year and a half. We should continue working with the Bureau Director and his team to further enhance that amount. During the last set of surveys we conducted of course sponsors, we found that the average cost is around $1,300. So $950 is a lot closer to $1,300 than $700, but we still have room to grow in that area. We also had a really good discussion about recruitment and retention. The director was able to announce that there's an intention in the program agency contracts now under consideration for each of the program agencies to receive $15,000 for each region they represent for recruitment and retention efforts. Those contracts are in the process, and so once they're in place, the intent would be for each of the regions to have $15,000 they could use for recruitment and retention activities. That's a pretty nice development. It was pointed out by some of the program agency leaders that the contracts are behind schedule. They were due to be in place on July 1. Because of the state spending rules, money can only be spent in the year in which it is appropriated. So if those contracts are not in place in time for the money that gets spent this year, those monies would not be able to be spent. However, the Division of EMS is proposing this as a multi-year funding stream. So while we could lose money in the first year, it would still be present in the second year. I think we provided as much encouragement as we could to the division to get those contracts done as soon as they can. However, it's not only, it's the state contracting process, that not just the process of the Division of EMS staff. So they'll work as closely as we can. It was also pointed out that the Division of EMS has between $100,000 and $150,000 available for the funding of statewide recruitment and retention initiatives. The director did tell us that he would be interested in recommendations from the SEMSCO in how to best spend these monies. There's not a plan on how they'll be spent. That's a pretty good amount of money to spend on recruitment and retention, and so we're going to need, as a body here, to make recommendations in that area. Chairman McAvoy suggested that we look at the South Carolina recruitment and retention initiatives, and we are going to invite Henry Lewis, the president of the South Carolina EMS Association, to present to us in the future, whether in person or virtually. If you talk to the folks from South Carolina, they pretty much tell you that they believe they have resolved their EMS workforce shortage. And I know South Carolina is smaller than New York, but they've had some good success. We want to learn about that. There was also considerable discussion around EMS classes being hosted by BOCES. We've decided to take two steps. Number one, we're going to try and develop an inventory of the BOCES-sponsored programs in EMT, EMS, and public safety between the 37 different BOCES school districts around New York State. It was also suggested that once we have that information, we engage representatives of the BOCES school superintendents to discuss collaborative opportunities. So that's a project ongoing. And last thing, well, two more things. Number one, we passed a motion in May of 2024 asking for a one-year pilot program for co-sponsor reimbursement under Policy Statement 2309B that would authorize the reimbursement of course sponsors upon the completion of the class as opposed to upon receiving of the certification card. The Bureau Director informed us that they have been unable to implement this due to issues within the state financial policies. The staff is working on this in hopes that it would become possible in the future and that there would be more information available at the December meeting. We have encouraged the director to see if he can find a way to make this work. And we emphasize that if it was necessary for us to tweak our policy request to help make that happen, it could be done. And again, this is about getting our core sponsors reimbursed more quickly, especially since there is no longer a test date when you take your state exam, and the state exam could be delayed by someone who chooses to take it in 100 days. And the core sponsor sometimes loses track of that student because they're off on their own and they make their own independent reservations for that. The last item is that we discussed a motion that was made by the committee, came through SEMSCO from this committee in February, and that was asking that New York State provide funding for paramedic training to offset the number of paramedics that might be hired by a New York State EMS task force. And the intention was to hire roughly 80 paramedics over a period of years to staff the New York State EMS task force. There was some discussion here that would deplete an already stressed workforce. The director did announce that in these next round of program agency contracts, again, to be completed but not necessarily done yet, they would contain $20,000 for each REMSCO to provide training for a minimum of 2 paramedics each year. This is intended to be annual funding for 5 years. So essentially, $360,000 per year times 5 years would equate to $1.8 million in funding to train 180 paramedics. This would exceed the number of paramedics that might be hired to staff the New York State Task Force by a factor of at least 2. Again, it was pointed out that the delay in completing the contracts does jeopardize that first year of funding or slow down that first year of funding. But I think that there's general satisfaction that regions will have funds, whether for scholarships or subsidies. Each region can put 2 people through paramedic school at a cost of $10,000 each, and that will bring more paramedics into the working pool at the same time as there may be some people joining the state EMS task force working pool and leaving the labor force, the field, working with agencies. That's my report, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Any questions for Steve? In talking about the recruitment and retention, was there discussion about asking me to appoint a recruitment and retention tag?
I believe that discussion occurred at a different subcommittee meeting. Does anyone want to take ownership of that one?
Oh, okay, we'll get there. Systems,
so-
all right. Disregard. I also failed to mention earlier that in addition to Dr. Doynow getting some newly vetted members, we also on SEMSCO have 2 newly vetted members. Sitting down at the end is Sally Dreslin, who is a general public member, and some of you may recognize her. She used to work with the Department of Health, so some folks may recognize her from there. And then Mark Phillippe's replacement has also been vetted, and he is not here, but we'll probably meet him in December. So we'll introduce him to you then. Moving along, we go to
Mr. Chair.
EMS systems. Yes, sir.
Before we go there, I do want everybody to know here, I know there's sometimes some frustration, with how long a vetting process can take and things like that. We have changed the process or altered it a little bit on our side to help not only to hopefully expedite it when possible, it still has its time period of what it takes, but also to recognize when someone may be in it much longer than others and to see what we can do to help in navigating that when something essentially gets stuck. So just want to say thank you for all your feedback and help with that, and that is part of what allowed us to, get as many as we did through for this meeting.
Now, Mr. Devers, you can give the systems report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've got 2 regulatory kind of packages that are being finalized. The first one is the CON process. Sorry, Mr. Chair. We're probably going to be meeting quite a bit to hopefully have something to get to Gina and get to this committee by the December meeting. So we're going to be meeting a fair amount between now and the end of October before EDCC shows its happy face. The performance standards, the talented Miss Gina is working on a draft of regulations to go out to public comment at this time. We did really focus initially on just a data reporting requirement. We recognize that this is going to be some sticker shock for a lot of the EMS agencies across the state, especially the smaller, under-resourced ones. So we're going to start with some monthly reporting of staffing levels and drop calls with the intent of, in the future, adding additional standards to it based off the data that we collect from the reporting. We've asked our data and informatics team to kind of provide us the number of certified EMS providers by level, and we've also asked for that report that came out a year or 2 ago that showed whether or not they appeared on a PCR or not. We're actually looking to get a little bit more information based off of that report to see whether it was 1 call, 10 calls, or 10,000 calls in the course of the year, so we can see not only how many providers we have that we're putting in or are leaving the system, but also how many are active. And are we doing these academy-style classes to train all these people and have them never show up on a PCR, and to take a look at how we can best serve our efforts. Off that conversation grew Mr. Call volunteering to run a recruitment retention workforce tag. not only with that data, but to do things like questionnaires of why people are leaving the industry to the agencies and work on some additional data collecting so we can put it all together and see what we can do to push the system forward. And the initial data collection thing, I should say, I believe the meeting with Mr. Hudson, myself, and Mr. Brody is scheduled for the 30th, if I remember correctly. So we'll hopefully be having that information at the December meeting.
So the intent of that is to have the data informatics folks develop some sort of dashboard?
Basically a dashboard that we can see at each meeting to see where we are with the number of providers, how many are active, how many are coming into the system, going out of the system, and give us as much information as we can so that all of our committees, and, you know, we've talked about how we're all kind of intertwined, but, you know, we can focus on different initiatives and work together to bolster the system the best we can.
Do you feel you have the folks you need on systems in order to give Peter that information? Or do you need to pull in other committees?
That is why me and Mr. Hudson are meeting with Mr. Brody.
Okay, all right, good.
More than likely, you're right, we'll be pulling in people as the
Yes.
need arises. The acknowledgement is that all of our committees and their work is so interconnected that we don't want to duplicate efforts or have anything fall through the cracks thinking someone else is doing it. So we'll be broadening that group as we go.
All right, good.
But, you know, the initial provider numbers was based off of good work with Mr. Brody's group and Chief Chesney's education group, as we displayed here a meeting or two ago about how people are refreshing. The acknowledgement is the vast majority of providers statewide at all levels are refreshing via CME, and the impact that had on Finance Committee and systems and availability of personnel and ed and training and course sponsors, as far as, you know, a lot of our course sponsors traditionally had been structured utilizing refresher classes to then fund in some way, shape, and form new original classes. And if that dynamic has changed, what does the future look like?
Okay, so I'll leave that to your discretion.
This will be
since
very
that's in progress.
multidisciplinary.
Now, do you want the tag for recruitment and retention that Mr. Call is going to lead to be under systems? Is that a good location for it, or do you want it to be a SEMSCO tag?
I will default to you, Mr. Chair. I am fine with it under systems or.
He says, start with systems and then move. So we'll let it start with systems and then we'll circle back with you and we can bring it here to SEMSCO.
Okay.
Any questions for systems?
Were there other members from other committees that should join that tag, though? So it is right now it's just the two people, or?
Yeah, we'll leave it to them to get started, and then obviously they'll pull some more folks in from other committees.
I believe, and the comment was made during the meeting, that, you know, a tag is a great way to get people who are not seated members on this committee involved. So I do believe Mr. Call was going to be reaching out to both members and non-members who are routinely here to get as wide a breadth of input and knowledge as we can.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to Al Lewis and Legislative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a seconded motion to withdraw. I'll do that in a few minutes. But first, I'd like to, with great honor, introduce that we have two new bills that have passed and signed by the governor. It's amazing when we think about 11/17/23, we got direct pay. And today, now we have another bill that is going to benefit all EMS people that bill for ambulance services. And so we have invited Rich Brandt here to kind of share with us what's next. We know we have the bill. We know we have more work to do, and Rich can take us through that, and I'm sure he will answer any questions you may have. Rich, you come up here and grab this mic. We'd appreciate it. Thank you so much for being here. Great friend of the SEMSCO.
Which button is it?
Push it.
There we go. I got the hard part now. Okay.
As Al correctly said, the governor has signed Senate Bill 8486C into law today, which is the tip-tad bill. It becomes New York State law effective October 1st of this year, which very important. She signed it today or before September 30th. Had she signed it after that date, it would become effective 10/1 of whatever year followed. So the effective date in New York State is 10/1. There's also another bit of caveat language in the final paragraph of that bill that says subject to federal financial participation. And what that means is that Medicaid money is a combination of federal money and state money, and it varies by state. The least amount that the feds can contribute is 50%, which is what New York gets. It's based upon the economic level of the state. I believe Mississippi has the highest contribution rate from the feds at about 84%, but New York's at 50%. Either way, in order to get those federal matching funds, we, being the Office of Health Insurance Programs, need to submit what's referred to as a state plan amendment or a SPA to CMS for approval. We knew this ahead of time, so all of our work is done. We have the cannon ready to load. The SPA is ready to go. The process will be we will send it to our internal SPA unit at OHIP. They are the folks who communicate with CMS. We need to get it to our SPA unit by November, which will not be a problem. They will have it probably next week. And then they have to get it to CMS by December 31st to get it considered in the early part of 2025. How long a SPA takes to get approved, please don't ask me because there is no answer. If you enjoy working and dealing with the state government, we are the JV team. Okay, the feds are a whole nother adventure. So I cannot give you an idea. But once the federal matching funds are in place, which we have secured before, you're all familiar with the $6 million supplemental payment to ambulance providers. It's annual. That required the CMS SPA way back when, and that was approved. So we feel confident we're in a good position to get this approved. They've approved similar SPAs in a couple of other states, and we have their own data to use if we need to, because they published from their ET3 program, which was short-lived, the savings per Medicare beneficiary who was treated in place versus transported to an ED. And it was a significant number. I think everybody's seen the slides. They're finally public. It was over $500 per ED avoidance. And this is for the Medicare population, which tend to be sicker, more complex patients. So again, it becomes state law 10/1. We'll have our SPA into CMS before the end of the year, and then we take it from there with CMS. Typically, there's a back and forth. They send a lot of RAIs, which is an acronym for Request for Additional Information. Sometimes they send the same question multiple times. And then we go from there. So I wish I could tell you when it will be in place officially, but once it is, once we have that CMS SPA approval, we can start making payments for it. In terms of those who process claims, it'll be, our plan is to use just reactivate the W modifier, which was the treatment in place, the second digit of the origin destination modifier. So you'd build a claim with the base rate HCPCS code and W in the second place of the origin destination modifier. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Questions of
Or question?
Rich?
So just, I have one, and it relates to direct pay, rather. I know it's some previous work that was done. I believe that's now a thing. Do we know when that's going to actually kick in?
January 1st.
Of 25?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And people have asked how they're going to do that. Well, it's our intention, our board and Nice Ferris board has talked, you got to wait and see. If you start to make things, say things and do things ahead of time, it may not be to our best benefit. So let's see what they do. They have the bill. They know it's passed unanimously from both houses and signed by the governor. Let's see if they follow it per the bill. So Rich, again, so if we don't transport a patient after this is in effect, I'd like to move forward just a little bit, because I know it's going to happen, because I know you when we get it done. So,
Thank you.
what, if it's a BLS call, they get the BLS rate?
That's correct. You will get the appropriate base rate.
Okay.
No mileage, of course, because you're not transporting.
ALS patient?
ALS 1, you can get paid for. If it's an ALS 2, you're obviously going to be transporting.
Right.
Or an SCT, you would be transporting. But you can get a BLS or an ALS 1 base rate for treating the patient in place.
You need no other paperwork from these agencies to get paid for this?
No. No, we will not have the complex application process that CMS designed for ET3.
Anybody else questions?
Does that treat in place require the provider to be in an ambulance, or would an EASV or other vehicle suffice?
It would require them, I believe, to be in an ambulance because you're using ambulance HCPC codes, which you can't use with any other vehicle.
Quick question on the levels. You mentioned ALS 1 emergency.
Can you use the mic there?
Sure.
Go ahead.
You'd mentioned ALS emergency, but kind of sort of excluded ALS 2. I think that comes into play a lot with field termination or resuscitation, which typically would rise to the CMS criteria for ALS level 2.
Don raised an excellent point. He is correct. You could bill ALS 2 for cardiac arrest that you've secured at the scene.
Anybody else have any questions? Boy, it's time to be happy. We have been providing this service forever. We have been providing this service forever for nothing and losing millions of dollars over the years. I hope we can feel good about this, folks. Thanks to everybody in the EMS system out there, the governor, the legislators that introduced the bill. We are very fortunate to have this, and I'm sure hopefully we have it in place by mid-2025.
I do too, Al. I am cautiously optimistic.
Thanks, Rich, very much.
Just two points on that one. So related to transport to alternative destinations, there is, and we will further codify it now that this is passed, a process that will need to occur at the regional level and into the state level to approve alternative destinations. This is really to make sure that charts and things don't get kicked back saying, hey, that wasn't a place where you can go with an emergency patient or things of that nature. So not a big deal, not a hurdle, just something that we need to figure out the process for. We'll work on that one. And, I think there are a couple other things that we'll have to work through, but we're happy to work through that one. The last thing I do want to leave you with is, for many of you in this room, you were part of ET3. And ET3 was really the onus of, I think, bringing TIP and TAD to fruition. However, in New York State, ET3 in certain areas was used, in other areas that had the opportunity to, we didn't really see a lot of buy-in to it. And so I would encourage you not only to know that this option's there to use it, but also to talk about if you do have barriers or reasons why you wouldn't use it, so that this group can work collaboratively to help overcome some of those barriers so that this is used to the best of its capabilities, because I think this is an opportunity for the SEMSCO to really provide best practices, to provide examples of what hurdles are, to educate providers on, what this means to them and their patients, and being, getting the patient the right care at the right place at the right time. That is non-traditional to many of our providers. And so I think there's definitely an opportunity here at the council level to take this on the next step. The legislative bodies have done their part, and now I really think it's up to, the council and leadership and the REMSCOs to help with the next part.
All good points raised by Director Greenberg. I'm just speaking from the money side of it only in Medicaid. We will pay for transportation to alternative destinations now, even before this law became in effect. We will pay for transportation to any place where a Medicaid enrollee receives a Medicaid-covered service. And it's already happening. I know Dr. Cushman just had his last CMAC meeting. He's been doing amazing work out in his region with the Office of Mental Health. Teresa told me that we should have a new member of CMAC. It'll be the first psychiatrist ever, which is a requirement of Article 30. It took 50 years, but we got there. And
We'll hear some more about that.
I'm sorry?
We'll hear some more about that with Dr. Redliner's talk.
Okay, then let's leave that alone for now then. But Dr. Jennifer Goldman, I believe, will be a vetted member by the December meeting, from what Teresa and Jen herself have shared with me. So that's looking forward to that. I believe, has funding for 25 of these mobile crisis centers across the state, and those would be an acceptable destination for Medicaid. What the docs decide, CMAC, and what BEMS decides, that's a different matter. I won't speak to. That's not my business. But.
Question, please.
Yes.
Rich, do you know if the funding, will the SPA be retroactive to the submission date for the funding of dated claims?
Not likely, no.
Okay, thank
I've
you.
never seen it happen before, no. And spas can take a short period of time, they can take years. We have one that we've had going since 2020 that has not yet been approved. But it is a very expensive spa. I don't want to go into the details about it, but it's an extremely expensive spa for the federal government, and that's why it probably has not been approved yet. Just this one will be a fraction of that cost.
So just a quick question. Is the, for under ET3 for treated place, you needed a telehealth visit from a physician or a licensed practitioner on scene in order to initiate that? Is the state going to have that requirement, or is this EMS only?
The state, our position is that the Bureau of EMS, through its regulations, has defined what patient treatment is.
I'd just like to bring up a point that the director brought up. There's a survey that we've, I think, sent out a couple of times to agencies who have been involved with ET3 and other programs that specifically looks at the barriers to implementation of programs. So please, if you, maybe we'll send it out again. But
absolutely,
if people could fill that out, it might be some good information specifically to that point.
By the way, I just want to say thanks, Mr. Washko, for, I think I got hit by the bus on that one, just letting you sit down and ask a question. Somehow or another, I got work thrown my way, so thanks for that.
Mr. Kroll, any additional information on this you wanted to share?
The only thing that I would share is that now we turn back to Medicare, and legislation has been introduced in both houses of Congress to reinstitute the payment for Medicare treat in place. It does not include alternate destinations. It's just treat in place. But I think the primary focus of the NAEMT, AAA, IAFF is going to have this as a major advocacy agenda going forward. Not something we're going to accomplish in 2024, but obviously getting Medicare back in the game would be great. And it will be of note that since several states like New York have passed this legislation, that'll have a very positive impact on Congress doing this on Medicare.
Just another thought, as I mentioned here more than once, that 1/3 of every time an ambulance goes out, it comes back with out a patient without being able to charge for the services they provided. Even if it was a diabetic wake-up where they spend lots of money, supplies, staffing, vehicle, all of this, they can now start to recover some of those dollars. It's not a windfall, but it's a shot in the arm for the industry, and I'm really pleased that we got it done. Now,
Al, one more thing.
Yes.
One more thing to mention is now that Medicaid and the state will have this as policy, as we work with our commercial payers, we should be bringing this up in our negotiations. Hey, Medicaid's paying for it, you should be paying for it too. I know that MVP and CDPHP here in the Capital Region were willing to do that in the past. but make this part of your payer negotiations in your local insurance markets, because that's a really significant piece of volume that can bring in.
Steve, that's an excellent point, and I think you will find, and again, every market is different, so you need to know your players in your market, your payers in your market, I should say. But I think they will be highly receptive, because there is no more expensive way to care for any patient than a hospital emergency department. So anything you can do to save them money will probably grab their attention.
Is it your experience that the commercial payers generally tend to follow Medicare?
In certain ways they do, but this is a cost savings, and I don't know of any health plan that is looking to spend more money than it has to right now. So I would think, again, you need to know your markets, you need to know your payers and who you're working with. But I've been gone from Mohawk Ambulance. I was their COO, their Vice President of Operations for 25 years. I've been gone 10 years. And we were talking with CDPHP and MVP about this before I left over a decade ago. So,
Mr. Lewis, if I could ask you to move the agenda, please.
Yeah, I'll step away. I'm from the government. I'm here to help.
Yeah, thanks, Rich, very much. So we've had 2 good years with wins. We're already planning for the 3rd good year, so stay tuned. Just a couple more things. We did make a motion at the Legislative Committee to send a letter to ask this committee to send a letter to Governor Hochul to sign the bill, so that we can withdraw. Is that appropriate?
That letter was clearly very effective.
It
That
did.
motion was, maybe. Maybe it was the motion, just alone.
She heard us. Okay, one of the other things that I think is very important to mention is community paramedicine remains in our marketplace, in our state, very important mode of patient care out especially out in some of the rural areas. We know that in 2025, the demonstration project retires. We need to do something about it, and our committee stopped short of making a recommendation, but look for one to come, because we need to keep that program alive. The other bills we can talk about another time. The blood bill passed. There's a lot to be done with that, and I'm sure we'll be bringing people in here to talk about it. And with that said, I'll take any questions you may have.
Any questions for legislative? Thank you. Next, we'll move to Andrew Knoll for safety.
Thank you, Chairman McAvoy. Couple updates on a couple projects we were working on. Very excited to report, as we reported in our last meeting in May, that the mental health tag report is complete. The guidance document is out. It's onboardable. There are some copies over there that Jenny has, so if you are interested. But again, we're really excited that it's complete. And the nice part is we got the work done for free from some college students, as we were all there at one point or another. But I'll turn it over to Carl and Jenny to give a brief update.
Sure, we're glad to. So it's up on the screen. Jenny and I went through this briefly, and that was my sign, wasn't it? We picked out a few pages that we want to highlight here. It's mostly in the appendices at the end of the document. It's quite an extensive document. I encourage you to flip through it from time to time and read some of the sections there, the work that went into gaining the data. Thank you, sir. Gaining the data to facilitate the services and lack of services, also the suicide rate amongst our providers in EMS countrywide is startling. So I do encourage you all to read through it. So section 1, we have an introduction here. It gives the purpose, obviously, and a little bit of the history that went into what we do and how it started, and the effect of our job on the provider mental health. If you can go to the next slide. Again, continuing on with the history, I don't know, Teresa, if is this the 8 pages I sent you yesterday? Oh, this is the whole full document. All right, so just stand by and I will pull up which page. If you can go to page 57. Okay. So here we have in front of us, this is one of the suggested templates, and when we first started this project, we were coming up with a guidance document for what we originally thought would be simply just a peer-to-peer program, but the work that the New York Medical College students did turned out to be much more than that. But included here is one of the main points of guidance that we want to make available for all agencies throughout the state. And it's the suggested template for peer-to-peer we're going to look at. It goes through a checklist of setting up what you need, the roles and responsibilities, including some important questions as to who should be on the peer team, even down to, should they be in uniform or not. These are some of the things with our input as well that we suggested to be placed in this document. For those who may have it or, may be looking to start one, it's good on both ends of it so that it may hit some points that may not be touched on with the peer-to-peer programs you have. And then it talks about training, and how to determine what type of training you may need for your teams and, how vast that training will be. Will it be, based on this 16-hour IAFF model that seems to be pretty popular throughout the country? Or will it be the 30-plus hour ICISF model that includes suicide prevention and awareness and the postvention training that comes with that as well? You can go to the next slide. It gives some instances of program models and best practices with that. And then the best practices checklist for postvention. And I'm going to kick this one to Jenny and let her go through this.
Thank you. Especially in light of the fact that we just this morning found out about another provider who died by suicide and his former coworkers were tasked with treating him. The goal of this document in the first place was to answer the question, where do we start for agencies who might be feeling overwhelmed by this? So it was really good. The New York Medical College, and by the way, there are a few typos in here, but we will absolutely give them grace because I have made a typo or two in my day. But the postvention activities best practices checklist that Carl referred to right here would be something that we could present to agencies so that they know where to start when faced with this ultimate situation. Because no matter what we're doing, there are still people who are dying by suicide, and we do need to answer that question as well. One of the things that is not in this packet that we did not include is it's a sample letter for postvention. And that would also be ideal. And the goal for this document was just to be able to distribute it. As Carl mentioned, there was a lot of that graduate level work that went into the first 56 pages, but in the appendices are those very important templates so that these agencies can know where to start. As far as the suicide postvention, that was as a result of their coursework. This is not just anecdotal. You will see more about this in that whole document, the first 56 pages that we spoke about. But it discusses things like the verification of death and coordinating resources and information, as well as supporting those and identifying those at risk for other suicide. We also talk about the best ways to honor the person who died by suicide, and we talk about further screening and other provision of services and other resources available to these agencies. So the hopes are that we can have this document out there, because now that it's been approved, it's been published, these folks worked so hard on it, we would love for you to be able to disseminate this to your program agencies, to their agencies, so that when someone says, we didn't know where to start, we can say, here is where you can start. Discuss with your members, discuss with your legal counsel, find out what works best for you. But here we've established a template and framework for you.
Thank you, Jenny. And we encourage everybody, there are about 40 copies of the document that we shared here today. Again, it's not the entire document, but it's the most important that we thought guidance templates that are out there, that are on the information table. I encourage you to take one back to your agency, make a couple of copies, post it, send it out to your different providers. If they have unions involved, send it to them as well and share. This is for everybody, and we'll have it up. It's onboardable. It's past the process. So I encourage you to please take one with you on your way out the door, and we yield back our time. Thank you.
And this is posted on the mental health page on the Bureau's website, correct?
Upcoming.
Okay.
We're all busy here today.
All right.
But it'll go up very soon.
All right. And then based on the splint you have on your left arm, I presume you're wrestling Ryan, who has one on his right.
Dress for the job you want, right?
Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny and Carl. And again, thank you to Dr. Emily Kaplan, who allowed us to use a couple of her students. Moving on, our hazardous response plan. We continue to work on the survey. We're waiting some questions back from the emergency manager survey that went out earlier this year. Once we get those in, we'll verify and cross-reference our survey to make sure that we're on the same page to get that out. Also, we had Rich Parrish put on a tabletop exercise for us yesterday, which was excellent. A lot of good discussions came up from that, and a lot of ideas and renewed interest in the hazardous response plan team to kind of help put a guidance document together. But this is a very big lift and probably be another year before we get anything close to being out, but we're excited about and continue to work on that. Director Greenberg discussed equipment regs. And then lastly, we're creating a restraint tag. It's going to be chaired by Dr. Isaacs. If anyone's interested in tying up or restraining Don Hudson, please reach out to Dr. Isaacs, as Don has agreed to be our guinea pig. Bring help. So if you are interested in joining that tag, please let myself know or let Dr. Isaacs know, and we look forward to the continued work that he's already started on with that. End of my report.
Any questions for safety? Go ahead.
It's also, the document's also onboardable, not to interrupt Don's kink, but the document is onboardable in this month's SEMSCO meeting folder, and it will also be available on the state's website.
Perfect. Thank you. Any other questions for safety? If not, we'll move to Dave Violante and quality.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So we've done a lot of work. We meet monthly. We've got a great team here, as does everyone else. If you look at the state web page, website, we have updated the web page there for proper links, verbiage, and clarity. Much thanks to the DI team for doing that with us. We've been working on regulation updates from policy tag for 120203 and 2104. We needed a definition for PCR. We came up with that. Pre-hospital care report is a report that providers use to document a patient's care or emergency medical services activations. For the purposes of this policy, pre-hospital care reports can refer to paper, electronic, or department-approved format. This now allows it to move up to Gina and the great work that she does with us to move this towards regulation, adoption, and development by the larger body. Also, we were doing that with QI regulations. We had a great update from down in informatics. Something that they are pushing out that I implore folks to look at are the educational snippets that's going out weekly about the 3.5 changes. If you're not getting these, please reach out to the DI team so that you can be added to that group to get those. In terms of grant updates, we looked at what we could do with grants and landed a bit on infrastructure. To that end, we are seeking out high-performing states as related to quality to assess their systems and processes so we can make recommendations to our own systems and processes, and are absolutely working with the other committees involved in data and informatics to that end. We had a great conversation about quality from other states and what we have available in our state and what our core measures are. We are using the SEMSCO measures as the New York State core measures. Those are available on the website, as well as how to use them, what they mean, and moving forward. And so what's helpful is that we had both Image Trend and ESO here as two major players for pre-hospital care report vendors. And they vowed to immediately work on providing those core measure reports directly on dashboards in their respective programs for agencies so that they didn't have to spend 6 weeks figuring out how to run DOS 3.1 to get a report out of something. Thank you. Thank you for those that got that. I appreciate it. All right. Also, we're looking at quality improvement education. We have a 4-hour course that we're going to trial and roll out to be able to go around the state to regions and agencies on how to do, from a leadership style, quality improvement and quality improvement education. To that end, at the upcoming Vital Signs Conference, there is a day-long quality course. Last year it was a 2-day course. We pared it down to 1 day. I implore everybody to go take this. It is absolutely wonderful. It is great. It's helpful in terms of not only quality improvement, but in leadership. And it's just a wonderful program. There is also a pre-con for the NAMSP conference as well on that too. So please sign up for those at the Vital Signs Conference. In terms of providing guidance for state inspections, we came up with a resource flyer. We sent it out to the state, and it'll be at the Vital Signs Conference and available for folks doing state inspections. We're also working on a survey so that we have a really good idea of, from an agency perspective, what are you doing now, if anything? What are your challenges? How can we help with those challenges? And what are your strengths? And how can we share those strengths? So we'll be putting that out by Drupal and get information back to be able to provide better programming for agencies as well. And that is just about what we have. A couple last things. We had a lengthy discussion about biospatial and its availability. And Ryan sort of drove us through where it is right now and its availability from the Department of Health and on down through a variety of programs to be available next in line somewhere here for SEMSCO program agencies and agencies. And that will also be a tremendous platform to help folks see data and be able to compare where they are with other like kinds of agencies and states. So that's very helpful. One last thing. HHS has proposed a rule for health data interoperability, and so we're looking into that and are looking at some of the comments letter that are coming out so that we can provide some guidance as well. And that's the end of my report, unless anybody has any questions.
Any questions for quality metrics? If not, we'll move on to Dr. Redlener and EMS Innovations and Research.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to thank the work groups within the Innovations and Research Committee that have contributed a significant amount of experience and expertise to many of the work group products that are coming out, including the mental health collaborations, research and essential services, as well as the community paramedicine subgroup. So there's 2 seconded motions that are coming from the committee. And if we want to put the first one on the screen. It's the mental health one, so I can.
You can read it if you want, Mike.
Okay, so the first seconded motion that's coming to SEMSCO is to recommend that the Bureau of EMS work with the I'm sorry, this is the second one. I guess we can. Here, I'll start reading from my document here, and then it'll come up. So the first one is to adopt the document entitled "Integrating Crisis Stabilization Centers into EMS Systems" as the roadmap to develop model guidelines for transport to crisis stabilization centers, and to do that in collaboration with the Innovations and Research Committee, with the Office of Mental Health and the Office of Addiction Services and Support.
So any discussion on this motion or need for more clarification? All right. If not, this is not a roll call function, so we can, anyone in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Anyone opposed to the motion, same sign. Anyone abstaining? So that carries unanimously.
Okay, great, thank you. The second motion, maybe Teresa, we could put the flow chart on the board on the screen, and then we'll go to the recommendation. But for those of you who have not had a chance to see this, this is a thanks to Brian Clemency and Susie Burnett from University of Buffalo, who led this effort, but it's essentially establishing a protocol to vet research and demonstration projects. I think that the iGel project was a great example of a demonstration project, but I think that there some structure on the front end might have helped that smooth some of the bumps along the way. But this is what this does is formalize a process by which projects can go through kind of the state EMS infrastructure. So the SEMSCO and SEMAC, as well as the Department of Health. There's 4 major questions that are there on the left-hand side of the screen. And essentially it asks about whether there's protocol or standards of care changes. There are other elements, whether it's IRB approved or not, and like whether it would require state resources to do some of the work of data extraction, et cetera. So the motion is related to this, and we can maybe switch to that. And so the motion states to recommend that the Bureau of EMS work with the Innovations and Research Committee to develop the Innovations and Research Committee document Research and Demonstration Projects Flowchart as a policy statement to guide EMS research and demonstration projects in New York State.
Any discussion on that? So the initial point of those requests would be your EMS and Innovations Research Committee.
Can you restate that?
So someone who has a research proposal or pilot they want to do would initially go for review to your committee and then would come to SEMSCO if needed.
I think what the flowchart does is it depends on the answers to the questions. So okay. if the answers to the questions lead you down the path that you need to get approval from SEMSCO and SEMAC because there's a change in the way that we care for patients, then it would need to go through that process. But I think it's essentially a guide, and there's some language that needs to be developed that we'll work on with the Bureau to ensure that we have a good vetting process both at SEMSCO and SEMAC as well as the Bureau to ensure that any projects are safe for patients, that they meet a goal that we're hoping for. Again, I think what it does is it opens up and standardizes these projects, and it enables all of us to see what's going on throughout the state, and even offer opportunities to collaborate on research that will move the field forward.
Okay. Any questions, Don?
Yeah, will it be put on Portable once approved, if it is approved?
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like a good idea to standardize like IRB, what the project is, what its goals and things like that, but just.
And the chart did go up on Boardable, but the policy statement is going to take a little work for the Bureau to come out with, and then we'll see it once it's done. Any other discussion on the motion? If not, this is not statutory, so all in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed, the same sign. Any abstentions? That carries unanimously.
Great. The next topic of conversation, Ms. Chair, you alluded to earlier in your initial comments. The SEMSCO and the Innovations Committee and the Bureau received a letter from Onion and Nicevera talking about making a recommendation about a new definition for emergency medical services. So I think that it's a public letter, so we can put it up on the screen for review. I can also we'll read it when it comes up. But
well, I posted the letter already. Yeah.
Okay.
I posted the letter on Monday, but then there was a little bit of rewording
right
after the committee meeting yesterday that we wanted to throw up on the screen.
I think that was the plan, but so I just wanted to make sure that I'm stating it correctly in the editing.
It's coming.
Okay. And then hopefully what I could do is just turn it over to some of the folks who can talk about the how this came to be. But, okay, so.
Do you want to just let Steve Kroll, give a little spiel about it?
Why don't I turn it over to Steve Kroll?
Okay, good morning, everybody.
Good afternoon, Steve.
Good afternoon. So this is not the most recent version. The word research was inserted. Teresa, I did send you something today during the meeting that would be the most recent version. So as most of us know, that the legislation that has been proposed by a number of legislators dealing with essential service, as well as some of the budget language proposed by the governor over the last several years, has included a new redefinition of EMS, being that the statutory definition dates back to the origins of Article 30, which, who's got the year? What's the year of Article 30's origins? 1970s? So the current practices in EMS don't comport with that definition, current accepted practices in EMS, and many of the things we've begun doing and we aspire to do don't fit within that definition of EMS. So the attempt was made through legislation to update that definition. That definition has not been updated through the legislation over the last several years, and there has been some concern raised by others in the healthcare community about the definition that was proposed. Therefore, Onion and Nicevera have been working together over the summer and brought forward this proposal in a letter to the SEMAC and SEMSCO of a definition that we believe should alleviate some of the concerns by people who have expressed them about the breadth of EMS's role, and allow us the room to grow at the same time into some of the things we aspire to do. We did consult with Chairman McAvoy along the way and doing this, and so this has been adopted by the board of directors of both of the trade groups and forwarded here for consideration, so that we have a definition that lawmakers can choose to use going forward that would likely be less difficult for some of those in the healthcare community who express concern. The only change that was made since the committee meeting yesterday is we added the word research. So you'll see right now it would say that it's a healthcare response, assessment, treatment, transportation, emergency medical dispatch, medical direction, research, and practitioner education. So we believe that is much more inclusive of the role that we play today, and it would be much more inclusive of the role that we hope to play in the future. And I'd ask Al if he has anything he wants to add on behalf of Onion. Tim Egan, who's the chairperson of Onion, is here as well. Henry Earhart, I believe, is probably in the audience, who's the chairperson of Nicevera. But we think that this is excellent progress, and we appreciate the Innovation Subcommittee considering it.
Onion approves of the adding of research, and we hope this can move forward.
So this is being put up as a motion now, correct? So it's not a seconded motion.
Yes, I would make a motion that that SEMSCO endorse this proposed definition.
Do we have a second to that?
A second.
Second from Dave Violante. Any discussion?
If I may. I agree with the concept and I respect the concept, but if we're going to do this and look for any kind of consistency or true legitimacy, I believe emergency medical services is defined in the preamble to Article 30 and or Part 800. So in order to make an official change, I don't think it's something that we can approve and it's a done deal. I think it's something that we need to go after in a legislative or a regulatory update to revise the official legal definition in New York.
And Donnie, that's exactly what this is. This is the content that we wish to forward to legislatures for updating the definition in Article 30. So exactly the way you stated it. And for Teresa, the motion is not to endorse the additional research. The motion is to endorse this definition. So that we're endorsing that whole sentence.
Any other discussion? If not, again, this is statutory, so all in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed, the same sign. And any abstentions? So this carries unanimously.
Excellent. There's just a couple of other topics that we've discussed, no other forwarded motions. So we discussed in the Essential Services Work Group the fact that we had presented a comprehensive guidance for essential services, like a kind of a guidance for counties or other entities that would be creating essential services. Because essential services language did not go through, we have to think about how to articulate that in a more refined and more concise way, so that if we want to move forward with this essential services legislation, that we can have a kind of a short handbook as to what essential service should entail. And so we'll be working on, we've worked on a 2-page document that we hope to share at the next meeting. If anybody's interested in looking at it, reviewing it, hopefully we'll be able to create a resource for the next legislative session. There was one other smaller discussion around organizing guidance for laboratory, for EMS to do laboratory services. So that is something that we'll probably take up in the next few months to kind of give some guidance for folks who are interested in doing that process. That is the end of my report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any questions for Dr. Redlener? If not, we have next on the agenda the DEI tag, and they do not have a report or any new business for this meeting. So we move next to EMS for Children.
Which I think that report was given during the Bureau report.
Okay, so Ryan covered that in the Bureau report.
And STAC has nothing to report.
STAC has not met, which brings us to bylaws update under the old business. And the bylaws did not actually come through as a published document, but they were posted on Boardable about a month and a half ago so that people could see them. We did, after the meeting agenda stuff was posted, get some feedback on the draft document from the Division of Legal Affairs. They have 3 or 4 changes in wording that they're proposing. But if you look at the draft that we posted, we took, as I mentioned in the accompanying note, a very minimalist approach. The previous bylaws had copied and pasted things from Article 30 and from other parts of the regs, the public officers law, and then those things changed, which made the bylaws conflict with both Article 30 and the public officers law. So we struck everything that was being quoted from other places, which shrunk them down considerably. We also, as you know, have had considerable conflict about what the definition of a member of the council is, and DLA in their previous set of recommendations, which took them about 2 years to get us on the last draft of the bylaws, they had told us that inserting the word appointed in front of that would be very clear that that's a vetted member who holds a seat. And so we did that throughout the document very carefully to eliminate some confusion over quorums. The other thing DLA had advised us is that the term alternates are people who are not vetted, and their inclusion, as we always have had in the bylaws, has no basis. And so because it's been a constant source of confusion, we removed the mention of alternates in SEMSCO and in SEMAC. And there is no reason in either meeting why the chair could not allow an individual who's representing somebody else to sit at the table. As you see, that is not Jason Hagg. That is his representative, and that certainly can continue. But obviously, those are non-voted members, so we cleaned that up a little bit to comply with what DLA had asked. We restructured the committees to reflect our current practice, which is to allow widespread input, not to limit it just to a small hand of council members. And then we put some terms of office for SEMAC and term limits that are exactly the same as those for SEMSCO, because there was no mention of that previously. And then we had a great deal of discussion. So the bylaws committee consisted of Henry Earhart, John Washko, myself, and Terry Hamilton. We did a ton of work in June and July on these documents because we had draft bylaws given to us from DLA. We had bylaws from multiple other councils throughout the state and our own bylaws. We also looked at public officers law, and we looked at Article 30. And the conflict of interest stuff really did not impress us in other councils' bylaws where there are pages and pages of instructions. So we just very simply and clearly addressed the issues that we have seen here, and we allow the body to consult with the DLA folks to make decisions about conflict of interest. And I think that was one of the recommendations, that we deliberately do that each time that comes up. So they suggested some tweaks in that wording, and that's really why we have an attorney appointed to advise our body so that we can resolve issues like that come up. In discussing this with some of you and folks at the executive committee, we had thought that it may be wise to make a motion to approve these bylaws at this meeting and then to amend them with the changes that needed to be made in December at our December meeting. And we have a time period that would allow us to meet the notification criteria and the ability to discuss them again in December. So I guess I would see if anyone is interested in making a motion to approve those ones that were posted as draft.
David Simmons, I'll make a motion.
All right, motion by David Simmons. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Carla Simpson, I'll second.
Carla Simpson, second. Any discussion on them?
Mr. Chair, I think it'd be important just to talk about what the process is for the bylaws to be appointed. So in other words, I know some people think it has to be read 3 times. Some people aren't aware that it goes into effect right away. So I think just a brief touch on that point would be good clarification.
So amending them requires them to be distributed by some form to each member of the council no later than 2 weeks prior to the meeting, and then they can be discussed and voted on at the meeting. And we did not change that. That's the way that it currently exists. There's no need to read them 3 consecutive meetings, wait 2 years, and then have everybody sign a certified return receipt or anything like that.
So I do have a question. And this is going to be for the legal department. Since membership is defined by statute, the committee would have to change membership by a statute change by the assembly. I'm not sure how the committee can give guidelines, but they can't change the statute. That's in law. That's my understanding.
Members are appointed by the commissioner.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're referring to, I'm sorry.
Specifically term limits. Term limits are mentioned in the statute. So the members, yes, are appointed by the commissioner, but the actual statute determines the term limits. So I'm not sure how the committee can make guideline changes that change membership term limits.
Yeah, there's nothing that got done that changes term limits from what's specified in Article 30.
So I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's referring to there'd be a term limit on SEMAC now that wasn't there before? Correct. And the question becomes, can SEMSCO in the bylaws, or can a bylaw set a term limit if a statute is silent on it? I think I tried to translate that correctly.
I think ultimately then whatever you put in the bylaws could be used as a guide for whether or not the commissioner would want to then appoint them, right? Or approve the appointment, and they would follow that. So I would just submit that they would not be resubmitted for an appointment pursuant to the bylaws. I think that would be okay and not necessarily in conflict.
Any other discussion? If not, this is statutory, so we should take a roll call vote on approving these.
Mike, can I just, before we start roll call, just ask a question? This is still going to come back, because I didn't get this 2 weeks ago. I got it Friday, so I didn't really review it in detail.
There will be more changes made, and it will come back in December, yes.
All right, thank you.
And can I ask another question? Just to clarify, if there's a term limit, the term is limited, but you can be, there's no limit on consecutive terms, similar to SEMSCO. You could be reappointed, correct? Or you can, or after 2 years, you're done, and that's...
No, there's a the Article 30 specifies a number of terms that you can hold.
Right.
And after 3 of them, then or after 4 terms, you cannot
Okay.
run
I
again.
only bring it up because we have had prior issues with quorum at SEMAC, and I don't want us to run into that again.
Right, that is not in the CMAC. I mean, the CMAC, basically, the statute does not have a term limit. You can be reappointed indefinitely until retirement, or you can no longer manage to get here.
Dr. McAvoy,
Go ahead.
did this group of bylaws that's being presented resolve the conflict with voting?
It goes a considerable way to resolve that, yes.
All right, Scott Clark,
Clark, yes.
Dr. Krupe,
Krupe, yes.
Mark Devers,
Mark, yes.
Sally Dreslin,
Yes.
Don Duval,
Yes.
Mickey Fornes,
Mickey Fornes, yes.
Carl Gandolfo, Gregory Gill,
Gill, yes.
Teresa Hamilton,
Teresa Hamilton, yes.
Don Hudson,
Hudson, yes.
Dr. Isaacs,
Isaacs, yes.
Al Kim,
Al Kim, yes.
Steve Kroll,
Kroll, yes.
Andrew Knoll,
Noel, yes.
Al Lewis,
Al Lewis, yes.
Michael Masterton,
Mike Maston, yes.
Mike McAvoy,
McAvoy, yes.
Elizabeth McGowan,
McGowan, yes.
Dr. Raybridge,
Raybridge, yes.
Dr. Redlener,
Redlener, yes.
David Simmons,
Simmons, yes.
Carla Simpson, Chad Smith,
Chad Smith, yes.
and David Violante.
Violante, yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. I think this will carry us well into the future with some more tweaks, but thank you very much. Update from the Rural Ambulance Task Force. I don't think that their report is complete yet.
We're in final stages. There was some, during the review, some additional information and things that was recommended to further include, and so we're working on that now with the committee, and hopefully it will be out by the December meeting, if not much sooner.
And then our next item is the University of Rochester Program Agency. Do you want to talk about that for a minute?
Sure. So the University of Rochester Program Agency, or should I say the University of Rochester, has been performing the program agency duties for about the past 20 years. They are currently a subcontractor of the Melrems region. The Melrems region has requested to not have them as a subcontractor, but to contract with the Melrems region, or the Melrems REMSCO for the REMSCO contract, and contract with the program agency for the program agency contract, which is something that in most of our regions is how it operates. This is, one of the few that had a little bit of a unique component to it. In part, in order for that to occur, the University of Rochester, again, who's been doing the job for the past 20 years, needs to be approved by this body to be a program agency. And this is coming forth here just to have a vote to approve the University of Rochester to be a program agency, and then in the next contractual period, which is in the works right now, there would be two separate contracts similar to how we have it with most of the other rest of the state.
So is there anyone here from Milrems that wants to comment about that? Right behind me? Yes, your endorsement would be helpful so that we don't catch something after.
Name, please.
Ben Sensenbach. I'm currently the subcontracted program agency administrator. The University of Rochester has been providing these services even before it was done as the University of Rochester, so when it was even just Strong Memorial Hospital. The emergency medicine department is absolutely committed to continuing these services. We've continued even though contracts are not in place, and fiscally this change is probably the only way that we can continue to move forward. We've worked with the Bureau very closely over the last few years, and this is very much probably the best solution for the challenges in our region. The SEMSCO put it out as an RFP to look for services, and did the process to make sure that there was a due diligence, no perception of nepotism or anything else. And at their last SEMSCO meeting, voted to have the university take over the program agency services.
And in order to do that, this body has to make them a program agency. So that is a request.
I would make that motion.
Motion by Donnie Duval.
Sorry. Just a clarification. So this is an existing program agency that we're just rearranging the relationship, correct?
No, they are the program agency currently.
Correct.
They're going to have University of Rochester become the program agency. And in order for them to contract with someone to be the program agency, that program agency has to be approved by this body. So we're just adding another eligible program agency to the roster. Does that answer your question? Yes?
Let me see if I can clear that one up a little bit better. Currently, Milrems is both the SEMSCO and the program agency, but they 100% subcontract the program agency duties to the University of Rochester. Their desire is to be the SEMSCO and for the department to contract with the University of Rochester directly for the services that the University of Rochester has been providing for the past 20 years.
Got it, thank you.
All right, so we have a second by Mickey Fornes. Any other discussion? Okay. This is a statutory item, so we need to have a roll call vote.
Scott Clark.
Clark, yes.
Dr. Krupe.
Krupe, yes.
Mark Devers.
Mark, yes.
Sally Dreslin.
Yes.
Don Duval.
Yes.
Mickey Fornes.
Mickey Fornes, yes.
Carl Gandolfo.
Gandolfo, yes.
Gregory Gill.
Gill, yes.
Teresa Hamilton.
Teresa Hamilton, yes.
Don Hudson.
Hudson, yes.
Dr. Isaacs.
Isaacs, yes.
Al Kim.
Al Kim, yes.
Steve Kroll.
Kroll, yes.
Andrew Knoll.
Noel, yes.
Al Lewis.
Al Lewis, yes.
Mike Masterton.
Maston, yes.
Mike McAvoy.
McAvoy, yes.
Elizabeth McGowan.
McGowan, yes.
Dr. Raybridge.
Raybridge, yes.
Dr. Redlener.
Redlener, yes.
David Simmons.
Simmons, yes.
Carla Simpson.
Simpson, yes.
Chad Smith,
Chad Smith, yes.
and David Violante.
Violante, yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. I have one other item of new business, and that's to appoint a nominations committee, which in the bylaws becomes Terry Hamilton. And so she will be the nominations committee, and anyone who is interested in running for any office, please reach out to her on Boardable and let her know. And meanwhile, she's done a little bit of work already to egg some people into like replacing me and so on. Ryan, you have another item?
So I have one last thing, and kind of ending on, an important but also something that we focus on a lot, which is mental health and well-being, and what are we doing in our agencies, and what are we doing for innovative ways to help our agencies, our providers, and even some of the day-to-day simple stuff. So I'm going to ask Huck to come up for a second. Can Huck sit in a chair? Can he sit? Or can he hop up on the table?
He definitely hop up on the table.
Oh, yeah, from close.
Come on, Huck. Ready? Up, up, up. Good boy. Good
So,
boy. That's a good boy.
when you talk about innovation, you talk about doing something different or something that people tell you, hey, you can't do this, or what's the role? I've been asking for Huck to show up for a while, and he finally did with the chief, so thank you for that one. But here's a department that you can find out more on their website about Huck and what he does as a facility K-9 and the different things, but and the love that he tries to go for every time. But I think if we can let the chief just talk for a minute about the program, I think this is an important one to get out there.
Thank you very much. Yeah, this has been a really exciting program for us. We partnered with K9 Companions about 2 years ago when looking for an innovative way to connect to our community. Oftentimes the first time you meet EMS is at the worst moment of your life, and we figured it'd be great to have an avenue and an interesting way to connect with our community. So we got a facility dog. Huck works with us in the hospitals, in the schools. He's on the Suffolk County Critical Incident Stress Management Team, which takes them all throughout the county, debriefing our EMS providers after some of the most traumatic incidents that they've seen. And it's been overwhelmingly positive. We've met so many interesting people. We've affected so many EMS providers in the work that we do. And it's truly been a blessing. And I want to thank Director Greenberg for having me come up with Huck. It's really been great. And I've been really excited meeting everybody here at the SEMAC and SEMSCO. Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, Amy wants a picture.
Up.
Any other items of new business?
Yeah, I
Mike?
want to have a new item. I just want to comment that Huff is also a alternate non-vetted member at the REMAC as well. All right. Yeah, I was not at the May meeting. I apologize. My region is asked, as you know, they want to push the CC to 2030 so we can come up with a plan to replace the CCs with the shortage. So I don't know what the outcome was that. We're looking either, to keep it till 2030 and then work with this body and the Bureau for alternatives, whether AEMT or a pilot CC or a volley paramedic program or something over the next few years to make up for that work shortage that we're going to experience.
The answer to that is that we've had several presentations, and none of them have resulted in somebody on the council making a proposal to do anything of that nature.
I'm sorry, Mike, I didn't hear you.
So we've had several meetings with presentations on that, and none of those have resulted in action by this body.
Because we're looking for support to extend the CCs to 2030 as a region. Is it?
So are you making a motion?
I'll make a motion, yes.
Do we have a second to the motion?
Clark, seconds.
And so the motion is to extend the CC program until 2030?
Yes, the CCs, and then work with this body on alternatives over the next few years, whether that's a volunteer medic program over 2 years, or the AMT program, or running in our region, a CC class for the work shortage from today, 24, to 30.
Any discussion?
I'll discuss.
Can you remind us what
So-
the current sunset date was set and with the bridge?
I believe it's July 1st, 2027.
Yeah, so I'll just speak, this has been discussed multiple times in this body, it's been discussed multiple times by the med standards and the SEMAC and the physicians, and there's been ample opportunity for people to bridge, there's been ample notification that this is going to happen. The curriculum for CC has not been updated in a long time, it's not recognized in the national scope of practice. I am strongly opposed to extending this any further.
Understood. I would like to address the curriculum. We ran it for many years, and the curriculum we do have, we would submit that. It's a 400-hour class with ACLS and PALS in it. If you look at the standard of what the state required for the CC program, it varied from region to region. So I know in our region and in other regions, it was a 400-hour program, that met the needs where the AEMT does not. So as far as curriculum, we do have it. I do understand the national standard. We've been using a paramedic book for the last 8 years of our CC program because there was no book written for CCs. So, it was incorporated into our programs anyway. We did 70 a year, 70 CCs a year to help out the EMS system that was out there. So we do have a curriculum. We'd like to, submit it, get it vetted. I don't know if it requires a pilot program, but at least to get another couple of years is what we're looking for.
How many CCs are actually practicing in your area?
A lot of CCs were made with the choice to either go down or not, and we still have over 100, between 150-ish. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but there's a lot of people that step down that would stay current in providing care. You know what I'm saying? For the time being, until they can get into a medic program. As discussed, we have a lot of nurses, professional people who provide care at the ALS level. In a lot of rural areas. We talk about rural up here. We have a rural area in our county. And, the person providing care is a CC. They're not going to leave their career to go take a medic program, saying at $10,000 to $12,000 a year. So we know it's coming. It's going to come at that model, but we're looking for extending it to 2030 and then doing something for the next, 2 or 3 years as we work on this issue and spinning up, more paramedic access.
So I've got to tell you, we've known this for 10 years. And initially, I was on board with the idea that we didn't specify a date. And I'm a fairly literal guy. I call it simple. But over the past 6 months or so, the people from Long Island have not done me any favors to help me continue in my original belief. When I look around the western part of the state and I see small agencies with similar call volumes and half the budget that have made the commitment to do the right thing, they've made the commitment to bridge their paramedics, or they've made the commitment to bring their service to the more contemporary AEMT level, I have to wonder if those small agencies can do that, why can't the larger agencies? And I can't help but think about the great controlled substances mess that originated on Long Island. And again, it was a bunch of spoiled agencies who said, we don't want to do this. You can't make us do this. And frankly, I'm kind of tired of it. I think we need to stick with the 2027 sunset that this body over the last 6 months has hammered out. And it is what it is.
The CC discussion I'm talking about, the narcotics was not my county, just to clarify.
Thanks, Mike.
We actually had narcotics prior to the state mandating it. No,
Hold on. That was Nassau, in case you don't know.
No,
I have to
look,
cross a bridge to get to either place.
It's all downstate to you, I get it.
so to clarify, we do have people that take the bridge. We've been in the bridge program since inception. The first class we had was 22 people in it. So we have people that are bridging, people that are doing this for a living, that are at the CC level, bridged up. What we're dealing with now is the competition. Our commercial services can't get paramedics. They're competing with fire districts. They're competing with hospital-based systems. It's, I'm saying it's really becoming difficult to get ALS providers. So it's an issue that we have to work out on that end, just that alone. But now we're wiping out 150 ALS providers in a lot of rural communities that are going to go away come that 27, and they won't be replaced. You're not going to get a paramedic to go work in, an East End community or volunteer, and then, most of our systems volunteer.
I can assure you that it's getting difficult for agencies to recruit and retain paramedics upstate as well. We face those same shortages. But again, I'd stress the point that I had the privilege of precepting and doing some field training for a couple of small agencies in an area that's very heavily volunteer that made the commitment to get their people into the bridge program and to get their people into a paramedic program through a combination of distance learning and advanced standing. I'm sorry, I'm out of patience with it.
So I'd like to call the question.
So there's a motion to call the question. All in favor of calling the question, raise your hand. Any opposed to calling the question? Any abstaining? All right, so we'll take a roll call vote on the question. And the motion that we're voting on is to extend the CC program until 2030 and work with the Bureau to find an alternative.
All right. Scott Clark,
Clark, yes.
Dr. Krupe,
Kruby, no.
Mark Devers,
Mark, no.
Sally Dreslin,
Abstain.
Don Duval,
No.
Mickey Fornes,
Mickey Fornes, no.
Carl Gandolfo,
Carl Gandolfo, no.
Gregory Gill,
Gill, no.
Teresa Hamilton,
Teresa Hamilton, no.
Don Hudson,
Don Hudson, no.
Dr. Isaacs,
Isaacs, no.
Al Kim,
Al Kim, no.
Steve Kroll,
Kroll, no.
Andrew Knoll,
Noel, no.
Al Lewis,
Lewis, no.
Mike Masterton,
Maston, yes.
Mike McAvoy,
McAvoy, no.
Elizabeth McGowan,
McGowan, no.
Dr. Raybridge,
Raybridge, no.
Dr. Redlener,
Redlener, no.
David Simmons,
Simmons, no.
Carla Simpson,
Simpson, no.
Chad Smith,
Chad Smith, no.
and David Violante.
Violante, no.
Motion does not pass.
Motion fails. Any other new business?
Sort of, I guess, good and welfare then. I think the unseized opportunity here, as we've talked about, and is echoed in the white paper, and judging by the successes of what was initially BLS albuterol and then BLS CPAP and then check and inject and now iGel. If there's something not in the AEMT level that should be to fill a void in recruitment, retention, rural or otherwise, that's where, in my opinion, the rubber meets the road. We don't have to reinvent the wheel or try and fix something that is arguably broken or not. I don't want to get into that argument, but we have something. It fits within the national. It fits within the state. It's been here. It's not going anywhere. If we want to do work, I would suggest that's where we do that work.
And I would echo that and say, Mr. Chair, this could be the time to start, maybe have a group specifically looking at the AMT level to see where they are, because we've increased EMT in many cases to a lot of things that the AEMT used to be the role of the AEMT. And now is it time to look to increase the AEMT? I know now some people have said, well, we want to stay within the national scope of practice. I guess I would say yes, but are there pilot programs at the AEMT level, the same way we just proved the iGel project, to start moving or piloting things that would help advance the medicine at that level and then hopefully become a national framework?
I think I would refer that to the Training and Ed Committee.
It always comes back to Don Hunter.
Hey, Steve, you dodged one.
I would agree with you, Ryan. I just see we eliminated the CC and now we're making the AMT back to the CC slowly but surely in increments is just the parting statement I have.
Okay. Any other new business? I have a couple things. Carl, did you have something? All right, I have a couple of things. For the December 3rd and 4th meetings, we will meet in Troy. And for committees, agendas and documents for that meeting are due next week. No, I'm kidding. Probably by Halloween would be good, like November 1st. So just keep that in the back of your mind. If you are able to join us tomorrow at the Empire State Plaza at 11 a.m. will be the EMS memorial service. So please, if you're in town, if you're able to, join us there. And on your way out, you'll see some colorful flyers, one for vital signs, one for the memorial. Feel free to grab those because I don't think that the New York State Sheriff's Association next door will want them. So please take them. And thank you for all that you do, all the hard work that you're doing. It really matters to the state, matters to the constituency that we care for. So many thanks to you.
Motion to adjourn, Mr. Chairman. Second.
Motion to adjourn and second. Thank you.